What you're about to see is the entire process of producing a song from absolutely nothing to final mix, and done in a way where I'm explaining what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and it's absolutely comprehensive. This was originally done for a course we used to sell, but we only work with producers now through one-to-one mentorship and no longer sell a course. So if you find this valuable, but you want one-to-one help with your music, then you can apply to work with us below in the description. The song I'm producing in this video was a song I originally wrote nearly 10 years ago, but never really liked the production, and it was done when I was an intern at a studio. I'll play just a snippet of it here in a second, but this will also show you how much I've personally grown as a producer over the past many years as well. I not only produce with a lot of virtual instruments, but we recorded a lot of live elements like live drums, live pianos, bass, guitars, and of course vocals with lots of layers. The only part of this process we skip over is editing, like vocal editing and comping and time alignment, because in the course we sold, we covered those topics elsewhere. Other than that, you're gonna see absolutely everything, including the entire mix session. Let's get started with a quick preview of the original song. So it's time to actually get started here. We're gonna start from the very beginning, and if you look at my session here, you can see that I have a scratch piano and some scratch vocals, and then I do have the original production. Now, the very first thing that I did, and I'm not gonna show you me doing this because it's pretty boring and literally it was just a one playthrough. All I did was I went through with the piano and I played out the chords. Okay, and I had the metronome going, just basically played the chords. I got the song laid out in terms of, you know, verse, chorus, all that stuff with chords. Everything's very simple. You can see here I even copy pasted the chorus. So all of this is gonna go, okay? None of this is gonna stay. It's just here so I could get a dummy vocal made, which is our scratch vocals. You can hear this. Time doesn't wait for you, wake up. Okay, so the very first thing that I would always recommend to anybody is, especially if you're working with a song that is already written, is start with scratch tracks. And in some cases, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it with this one, but in a lot of cases, what I will do is I'll get my scratch tracks, and then I'll start essentially experimenting with other sounds and start building almost like a scratch production. I'll start adding elements. Some of these elements might actually stay in the final production, but a lot of it is just testing out sounds, testing out different arrangement techniques, testing out different things. And that's part of the process. So this is not going to be a situation where we make the production plan, which is what we're going to do here in a second, and then we just stick to it 100%. That kind of steals some creativity. The production plan is more of a roadmap to make sure that we are off on the right direction. We know what things we want to do, generally speaking, but we're not going to go in here and say intro and then like type out literally every single thing that's gonna happen, every single sound, and super detailed. For me personally, I like doing this in a way where it's gonna give me a good enough grasp to know, okay, this is the purpose of that intro. This is the purpose of the verse. This is the purpose and my intent with this chorus. This is what I want the listener to feel. And then that is going to guide these decisions. So what we're gonna do here, and you can listen to this scratch track below this video or somewhere around here, we have a downloadable file for you where you can actually download just this, just the scratch track. We are gonna put some scratch drums in here, so you'll be able to see what it sounds like once I'm finished with the full scratch if you download that. So we're not going to play this whole thing, just the general idea here. Step out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight. So we got the piano, the vocals, here's verse 2. Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down. Now I do have a little bit of reverb on the vocals just so it, you know, sounds somewhat decent. So let's actually start walking through the arrangement. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add markers here, and I like doing this because once I pull up the Logic app, the remote app, I can actually see the markers on the app, which is really nice. So this is intro. I'm going to call this soft intro. So one of the things I said in the first video is that we are obviously writing the same, or doing the same song, producing the same song, but we're not necessarily going to be using that song as a template for all the decisions. We're not just gonna recreate it and then just make it sound better. I'm actually gonna be more creative. I wanna do something different with this. So if we listen to the original, this is how it starts. So it's a 2-bar kind of rise and then drop kind of thing. I don't really want to do that. I actually think it would sound really cool to do more of a 8-bar, softer intro that really builds through it. So what I'm thinking right now is we're going to do a soft intro for 4 bars, And then here at bar 5, so the second 4 bars, we're gonna do grow. And then here at bar 9, this is gonna be the big intro, okay? And that's gonna be where this happens. Okay, so that's gonna be where we do this. Now you might notice too, the key is different. So I did lower the key. I realized that when I had done this song, I could never perform it because it was too high. So I think it was one of those situations where I'm not even sure how I actually sang this originally. It's higher than I can sing. So I did lower the key, I think like a third, so we're in D minor, which will also be easier to play on the piano too. And then we get into the verse. So really all I'm gonna do is go through here, I'm gonna make these markers so I know where things happen and lay it all out. And this is, see the chorus? Chorus. Chorus 1. This is verse 2. And then we're gonna walk through the strategy of how I'm gonna actually build this and stuff. This is chorus 2. And this is, we'll just call this all a bridge. There's kind of a little bit of an instrumental. And then this is, don't hide. This is big bridge. I'm gonna call this big bridge. I'm gonna call this soft bridge because, and we'll kind of get into this in a second. And then this is the chorus, last chorus. And then there's not an outro. We're just gonna end it. And then I just call this out. Okay, and that way we now have the whole thing laid out. We know exactly where we can jump to and be in the right place. So let's actually start talking this through. So the very first thing that I know I want to do is I want this intro 1, which is going to be kind of our softer. I want it to be ethereal, lots of keys, distant pulsing, maybe even some like distant arps, and very moody essentially. And then maybe what I want to do is build this into some like low, I'm going to put in parentheses, lo-fi or delayed, reverbed percussion. Okay, so basically what I'm thinking here is this part. A lot of air, reverb, and just swelling and reverby stuff. So that kind of a thing where the drums then kind of come in and there's this kind of filtered out drums, and probably that's the other thing, lo-fi, filtered, lo-fi or delayed percussion. Maybe we'll do some stuff with a live kit. We'll just try out a bunch of things. I'm sure we're gonna program some stuff. I'm thinking of some like claps, and maybe we'll like do some stick hits and reverb and all that stuff. And this is where, once we actually get into that, we're gonna just try things out and see what sounds the best, and then that's where the creativity comes in. So again, this is more or less giving us an idea of how we wanna do this. I'm not making any super like hardcore decisions right now. It's more about, let's make sure we kick this off on the right foot so that when we actually do the recording session, which we're gonna be doing in a couple days, I have my drummer come in, and then he comes in and helps engineer some stuff, and then also we start tracking live pianos and all the other stuff. We can actually start really building this thing out. All right, and then this will build in the last bar with a drum build. And then the big intro 2, we'll just call this, this big intro. Full kit, full drums, bass, all elements in, filtered vocals. The vocals, I do like the idea of doing the step out into the sunlight, step out into the daylight, and maybe some other vocals, filtered vocals. I'm gonna do step out into the daylight. ARP, keyboard, I like that. That's the, kind of goes like this. I think I'm actually maybe even do that with piano, if possible. Those ARPs are hard to do live, but we might even do it with a MIDI piano. But in this original one, it's synth. Actually, I don't even think it comes in there. It comes in later. Anyway, it's a synth later on that does that whole thing. And then that's pretty much it for this big intro. And this is gonna be big, big. All right, verse 1, drums out. And before we kind of get into this is where the big question that's always on my mind is, how do I add contrast, right? And we talk about this in the production principles module, and just when we're talking about arrangement, is how do we actually add dynamics? How do we add expression? How do we add contrast? Because I don't want this whole song to just have drums all the way through doing the same thing, because that's not dynamic, that's not expressive, that's not gonna add contrast. And so when we're thinking about, okay, how do we build an arrangement that every single moment has this kind of contrast? Drums is one of the big ways. Bass is one of the big ways. And then obviously all the middle kind of interior elements and vocals. So we're gonna think through, okay, how can we add contrast through this? So in verse 1, I wanna start drums out, first half, come in second half. Okay, so this first half.
Step out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out.
Come on out.
What are you waiting for?
All right, so drums come in on bar 21, measure 21. So more ethereal in the first half, more staccato in the second half. Okay, and so this is gonna give us contrast, right? Because if we're starting out doing something that's just like this, right? That's sustained, longer notes, more drawn out. It's quiet, it's soft. Even listen to the piano sound. It's just kind of soft piano, right? I don't want like a hard piano sound, soft. It's gonna be more filtered out, more moody, more ambient, more ethereal, okay? And then once we get to this part here.
What are you waiting for? What are you?
Okay, and I'm thinking even the way I play the piano here is not actually how I want it to be, because the drums are gonna do, and we'll actually hop on the kit here in a little bit and throw together a scratch drum set so Brian can kind of know what we're going for. But I'm thinking, so even that staccato, that's gonna add contrast, right? Contrast. Also dynamically brings it up, okay? And then leading into this.
Time doesn't wait for you.
Build, and so then we build into the chorus. So the second half, add bass. I think we're gonna add this bass, so the drums come in.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
And I kind of want just like a super kind of subby, distorted, just kind of like buzzy bass, really buzzy. And that's one of those things I feel like I sort of did okay in the original production, but just not nearly good enough. And then we're gonna build into the chorus. And the chorus, full drums, full bass, full band, big, full vocals, lots of layers, harmonies, octaves, doubles, reverb. Okay, we're gonna use a lot of reverb on the vocals once we get into this. ARP in the keys or synth. Kind of gives you that dreamy feeling. It's dreamy. Yeah, so it's like, I'm gonna put that in here, more dreamy with the full band, okay? I want to feel kind of dreamy. Wake up. The vocals are elongated, right? They're holding on to these notes, the high octaves. I want it to feel airy and breathy. So that's kind of the emotion that I want. All right, verse 2, contrast. How are we going to contrast? Well, one of the things I'm thinking about, and let me even just pull up a sample drum kit here. All right, so I'm gonna kind of just show you what I'm thinking about. So in the chorus here,
from the darkness, wake up.
I'm thinking about using the ride cymbal. You hear that? Ride cymbals give you this spray of sound, right? And so then here, I'll just kind of record this getting into verse 2. Think about the contrast of the percussion.
Darkness. Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
That's the kind of idea that I'm going for in the verse, okay? And so again, elongated, shrunk down, and more staccato-y, and a little more punchy, and a little more like, right? And we're not gonna have any bass. Even though we have drums going on here, I don't wanna have bass in this second verse right now.
Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down.
Harmonies there, layers there.
Time doesn't wait for you.
And then the drums, bow.
What are you?
And then the drum, and then the bass comes in right here. So bar 40, so drums, hi-hat beat. I'm gonna just call it hi-hat beat. I don't really know what else to call that. Bass come out first 4 bars, in after, staccato, rhythm in the keys. Add arps after the 4th bar. Okay, so then once we get into this part.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
Right, so that's gonna give us that contrast. And then we're gonna build into the chorus. This other chorus is gonna be very similar. We'll just say similar to prior chorus. We might find 1 or 2 or 3 things different. I'm not quite sure what those are gonna be quite yet. All right, get in the bridge, we lost a light. So bridge, soft to start. Lots of plucked and stringed instruments. Okay, let me just kind of share with you the idea here. So in the original, it goes like this. So you get the so we go to a triplet feel here, full out, full sail triplet feel. What I kind of have in my mind is something like this. Right? And what we're gonna do, this is what I have in my head, we'll see if it works. I wanna just go crazy with this. I didn't do this in the original one, but I wanna do it in this one. I want it to be where this whole element is just like, it just transforms the whole song. It takes you into a completely different universe sonically. And that is where I want to use lots of plucked elements, stringed instruments. I'm thinking about actually putting my finger on the string in the piano and like hitting it so it's like muted piano. Playing the strings of the piano with picks or hitting it with drumsticks, all sorts of crazy stuff. So really, I'm just going to say creative. Creative elements to transform this portion. Okay, at the big bridge, drums, bass, all of it, okay, big. Now, here's where this will be different. If you listen to the original.
Don't hide, come on out into the light.
It's still just kind of like getting there, right? It's not quite there, it's still getting somewhere. This is kind of what I have. I want it to feel, yeah, so it's kind of hard to explain, but here's 2, 3, 4.
Don't hide, come on out into the light.
All right, so that's kind of hard to do. All right.
Don't hide, come on out.
And then obviously kick. 2, 2.
Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot.
Right, and so you've got that kind of similar do-do-ka, do-do-do-ka. But we're adding that hi-hat in. I think we're gonna be able to just get this sounding really, really, really cool. You'll hear what I'm talking about when I actually get the scratch drums put together. And then the last chorus, just big. That's really all I have to say about it. I think we'll just try to add a couple new things It'll be very similar to the others, but just big. That's all I got to say about that. So what I want to do right now is go through and actually put together two things, okay? I want to put together a scratch bass track, okay? We're gonna just find kind of a subby, buzzy bass, thinking I'll probably just see if I can find a MIDI one. And we might end up tracking live bass, we'll see how things go. And then I'm gonna go ahead and actually put together the drums, so let's go ahead and do it. All right, so now we've got the bass here, so you can see temp bass and temp soft bass. And so what I really wanted to do here, I decided to kind of halfway through this, I think it's kind of cool to have some bass come in, because then especially if we do some drums, we'll see how it actually sounds once we get in this thing. But here is the bass that I got for the rest of this. I actually like this bass sound, and just so you know where I found it. This is Substance by Output. I really like this. I did just kind of make a little bit of a custom one. I think I found a preset and then I ended up just kind of going my own way with it. Listen to this. So that kind of gives you that sound. Just like that. And then we have bass. You can see the bass drops out, verse 1.
Step out into the...
Comes in here.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
Pretty simple.
Time doesn't wait for you.
I like that a lot, and I think that we might test out some live bass, because I think that because some cool things we can do here.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait.
So we got the bass put in here. Like I said, I just went through and I figured the bass part was going to be pretty similar to the one that we originally had. And one thing I'll say, just to show you kind of what's going on, in the chorus here, let me mute out the vocals, I'm just using some octaves. Oopsies, so that's it. So it's pretty simple, and it's the same thing the whole way through. The reality is that I don't want to do a ton of like different things with this, because really the focal element is going to be more of this texture, like the ethereal stuff, the stuff that happens above the bass, the vocals, the keys, everything like that, and the drums are going to fill it all out as well. Then we get into the soft bridge. So to kind of fix that. All right, and then once we get to the big bridge. I'm gonna actually redo this scratch piano part real quick and just add that kind of higher. 2, 3, 4. Off. And I think I'm gonna do that too. I think that'd be kind of cool to kind of like do that hit. Is da, off to wake up. So it'll be like cool little way and then hit. And I think we'll do some cymbal swells, and anyway, it's gonna be super, super cool. So we've got this, we've got the bass. I think you kind of get a good idea of this. So now what I wanna do is actually get some scratch drums done. So we're gonna talk more about drums, so I'm not gonna really go over this all right now. We're only using 2 microphones on the kit. I'm just gonna whip up a very, very simple kind of basic scratch drums. That way Brian knows what we're gonna be working on. So let me go ahead and do that. We'll come back and I'll show you what I actually did. All right, we're gonna talk about miking in a future lesson once we actually get into recording the drums. But for now, we just have these 2 microphones, which is how we'll have it set up. I've got a loop built here, and we're gonna go ahead and just get some scratch drums put together. So let's do it.
out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
All right, cool. I think that's good. Let's get to the bridge. All right, cool. I think that's good. Then we'll just copy stuff. That's it. All right, so we got the scratch drums recorded, and as you can see here, I did some chunks here. So what I did is I pretty much just recorded the verse, one chorus, and then I just copied over the choruses. We will obviously track those out, but I just wanted to have more of a shell of what we're going for. So let me just kind of show you what we have. We've kind of got this. So I think that we're gonna do some MIDI drums in here. We might actually try some actual drums, but I didn't want to worry about that for right now. And then we've got this build into the big intro. Drums are out here, and then the drums come in again right here.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
Kind of continues that way, and then the chorus.
Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
This is very similar to that big intro, a little bit of a fill in here, and then verse 2.
From the dark, step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down. Time doesn't wait for you.
I kind of imagine this being a little bit more crunchy, a little bit more distorted when we actually get into the mixing, and we'll kind of have to see if we want to process the drums that way on the way in. We'll have to kind of work that all out. It sounds pretty much the same all the way through, obviously kind of adding some things. Chorus 2 is the same, and then we get into the bridge.
Don't hide, come on out into the
I think we might actually also do some dubs, which we'll talk about when we actually do the recording for drums. Dubs would just be, you have the main kit, but then we might have some toms, you know, kind of like layering them on top. Now you're using the same kit, so a dub would be when you're recording over top of things. Obviously it'd be separate tracks. So rather than having just the one kit, it would be like multiple kits happening, put some MIDI drums in here as well. We'll be doing some sample replacement, or not so much sample replacement, but layering. We talk about the drum layering in the drum production module, and you'll be able to see how to actually do this with a live kit, and we're gonna be meshing MIDI with live. It's gonna be super cool. And then this last chorus, the drums are about the same as the first. And tomorrow, on Wednesday, tomorrow it's Tuesday today, tomorrow we're gonna actually start recording all the drums for real. We're gonna record pianos for real, and we're gonna start actually filling out this production and making this whole thing come to life. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and record drums. We're gonna do all the drum production today. We're gonna also be recording the live piano, which is behind the camera right now. We'll get to that in a separate video, but we're gonna be tracking live drums here. I got Brian, he's gonna be playing the kit. So we're only gonna be using 2 microphones, and the reason we're only using 2 microphones is 1, because my larger interface has not arrived yet, and 2, because I know that most home studio producers are not going to have a larger audio interface to be able to produce, 8 microphones. You might even have more than 2 microphones in the first place either. So we're going to very quickly just go over how we're miking the kit, how we have things set up, and we'll be going through the process of how we're going to get this sounding even better than just this. So the very first thing is we've got one mic on the kick. And if you actually look here, you can see we're very close to the kick. You do not want any part of the microphone touching the kick. So if this is moving around or rattling, that's going to cause all sorts of problems. I actually did have that happen where I had to it just kind of over time, the mic stand kind of started leaning into the kick. And so you can see it moving, rattling, not a good thing. The second microphone, and this is where things get interesting. The kick mic, this is just how you're going to want to have it set up if you want a really good kick sound. Just right in the center, about an inch or two away from the kick drum itself. This microphone is where you're going to have the most options, the overhead microphone. Now, I tested out a bunch of different things over the past week. We did not film that because, to be honest, it's not the most interesting thing in the world. At the end of the day, where you place the microphone for this mic is going to change the sound of the kit the most. So as far as overall options, we have the kit set up this way so I can very easily get the mic in. I'm actually going to move it just a little bit this way. So the mic that I have is pointed kind of over the snare, but it's kind of straight down. So it's kind of in the middle. So this is going to pick up the kick, it's going to pick up the snare, the tom, everything. So you're going to be able to catch all of this sound all together. I do not have any of the filters on because if you're using any kind of mic that has onboard filters, you've got these little filter switches here, you want to have these filters off. You don't want any of the filters on. Now, if you're using a pencil microphone, like the Loudon Audio LA120, that does have a 15K cut. You may want to do that, otherwise it's going to sound excessively bright with a pencil microphone. But for us, we're just using a pair of LA220s. These are like $350 to $400 microphones, so not super high-end microphones. Once we get a little further into this, we'll probably test out a couple other mics for one-shots, which we'll get into that a little bit later. So as far as mic position, this is kind of like a very standard position. A lot of times people will actually place their mic stand here and then have the mic over this way. So it's just kind of the same position, just coming from a different angle. I personally like this angle a lot better because the way we have the kit, it's all open in this area. So obviously if we were to have another tom here, that might be a situation where you want the mic coming right down the middle, so that way you can catch all 4 pieces or all 5 pieces of the kit. So with this, that's how I have it set up. Now, one of the things I tested out was the mic pointed a little bit more towards the snare. Now the problem with that is it was catching way too much of the hi-hat. The hi-hat was just excessively loud. It was a little bit problematic. So again, this is how I have it set up. This is how I have it set so it's going to sound the best it possibly can sound for what I am going for. If you want a little bit louder of a hi-hat sound, then you do what you want to do. But we are going to actually go through and sample this kit. So what I mean by that is we're going to do a bunch of one-shots and we're going to add layers so that way we can get a bigger, fuller sounding drum set. So we will go through all of that as we get into it. This is probably going to be a pretty long video, so if you need to chunk it out, feel free to do so. Okay, so now we're actually going to go ahead and track the drums. We're just doing this to the scratch track, what we have currently with the bass, drums, and scratch vocal. We're going to get the whole thing done, and then we're going to go back, we're going to comp it, so that way we know exactly which takes we're going to be working with from each section. We'll go in, we'll do the one-shots, we'll start layering those one-shots, do MIDI drums in a separate video, and then we'll track pianos, and it's going to be a full day. So let's do it. So what I want to do is start at the very beginning, or not the very beginning, that big intro. What I want you to do actually is so it's like a start with that 8th note and then triplet for the end. So alrighty, cool. And let me know if you need any more volume on anything, different metronome, blah blah blah, and we'll rock and roll. Okay, here we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Step out into the daylight.
Yeah, I want to crash it on that.
On that end?
Yeah. Cool. Yep. And I would like a fill there, not a fill, but just on that last bar. Yeah. Alrighty, cool. Yeah, for the most part, that was pretty good. So let's just kind of do it a couple more times and get comfortable, okay? Cool. All right, here we go.
Step out into the daylight.
All right, so I want to make sure that's crash rides out. I just want to listen to this real quick. Alrighty, cool. Let's The one thing was that fill at the very beginning. Oh, one other thing. I was noticing you were always putting a two kick at the beginning. So so you're keep doing the two.
One, right?
Well, I think you should go back and forth. Do 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 do. So just kind of alter.
Okay.
I don't know if it necessarily matters too much how you alter, but just don't do two. So yeah, I mean like 2 1 duh, 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 and then you could do kind of like a triplet kind of duh, duh, in one of them or whatever too. Just kind of play around with that a little bit.
Sweet.
All right, here we go.
Step out into the daylight.
Yeah, crash at the end, please.
Crash. Yeah, I did, but it.
Oh, sorry, that sounded like a ride. I wasn't looking. It sounded like a ride, but yeah, it is like a nice fat hit, which we'll probably one shot that anyway. But I just want to listen here. Yeah, that's good. Let's do 1 or 2 more,
Cool.
and then we'll move on.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight.
Cool. Yeah, I think that was good. Can we just let's just punch in that last bar just to make sure we get that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So 2 beats.
Cool.
1 2 1 2. Yeah.
Yeah. I can
Yep.
do like more open hi-hat, like so it feels like more natural.
Okay. Yeah.
If you want, I mean.
Yeah. I mean, you're still playing the first 2 beats. Let's play around. Yeah. I mean, why don't you show me what you mean first?
Step out.
You need a crash, right?
I actually kind of like that to just drop, actually.
Step out into the daylight.
Yeah, that could be kind of cool. We'll have options because I think we had at least one good crash in there.
Cool.
And then, like I said, we're going to one-shot the crashes anyway.
Yep.
And so it might sound really cool to go and just like suck it in. That could be cool. All right, cool. Let's get into the verse where the drums come in. I don't think I want to do the fill right now because I want to use that higher tom. Do, 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 do.
Oh, yeah.
To get more of that pitch. And I think we might need to retune that
I like it.
to pitch it. Do, 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 do. To give it that. What?
Rototom.
Rototoms. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. So just don't worry about the fill.
Cool.
I do want to crash at the start. So, and I think like we talked about, yeah, really tight.
Yeah.
It's like hit the top of it tight. Yeah, and then you can open it a little bit on some of those too. Yep.
Cool.
Yep. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's do it. Here we go.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark, step out from the darkness.
Cool. Yeah, let's stop there and then move on. Yeah, I like the ride. I think we might dub the hi-hat in the chorus, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Just to get that kind of shuffle,
Yeah.
kind of triplet feel added in there.
Yep.
But I like that ride. That sounds good.
From the dark, step out from the darkness. Step.
Yeah, that was good. I like that a lot. The only thing is I'm just kind of noticing you're rushing on the kick just a little bit on the duh-duh.
Okay.
I would just sit back on that a little bit. Because if you listen to it, it almost sounds a little straight.
Yep.
You're kind of,
Oh, yeah.
you know what I mean? You're kind of like a little late to it.
Yep.
Instead of you're like really kind of. Did I say you were early or did I say you were late?
Early the first time.
I meant it kind of. It's kind of like too spaced out instead of.
Yeah.
It just needs to like It sounds a little straighter than triplet.
Yep. Okay.
It needs to be more triplet. Obviously, we can edit it, but
From the darkness, from the dark, step out from the darkness.
yeah, I think there was a lot to like there. Do you hear what I'm talking about on the kick?
Yeah.
That was good, right?
Yep.
But this one, that one, it's
That one might be early.
it just feels like I think the second kick was a little early, which makes it feel straight.
Yep.
Like it just needs to feel like the kick is like falling into that beat.
Yep.
Or into the bar. Yeah, I honestly think that the chorus is pretty much solid.
Yeah.
So let's just focus on getting this verse dialed in.
Cool.
It's kind of funny. Like there's more happening in the chorus, but I feel like this is harder to do. Even though it's less happening, it's just harder to feel.
Because it's more focused. So
Yeah.
Like all eyes are on it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because like the bass is just doing these bam,
Yeah.
bam. Like you're not getting help with the bass
Yep.
to kind of bam, ba-dum, bam,
Yep.
bam, you know? So, yeah. Alrighty, let's do it again. I'm going to have you go into the chorus, but just do that first crash on the chorus and then stop.
Okay, cool.
And then... Sweet, I think we got options.
Sweet.
Let's move on to verse 2. Yeah, we can just go all the way to the bridge. Going into this, going out of the chorus, just crash.
From the dark.
Just let that.
And this next verse is...
It's playing all the way through. So when the bass comes in, so the first 4 bars, mega tight, like hi-hat clamped as hard as you can go.
Yep.
I don't think any of the paradiddle triplet stuff that you're doing on the snare, just literally just really tight because there's no bass.
Yep.
And I'm gonna make it super plucky.
Cool.
Like we're gonna like mute the piano. It's gonna be sick. Anyway, so it's gonna be like super plucky and like dry.
Yep.
And I think I might even process this a little bit differently just in this one section to make it feel just like, I don't know, dry.
Yeah. Cool.
And then once you get into that second 4 where the bass comes in, you can kind of open it up, add a little bit more in the snare.
Yep.
And then once we get to that third 4, because this one repeats one extra set of bars.
What are you waiting for? What are you?
So on the last one, so you'll do the first one tight, second one a little bit more. That third one is when we were kind of talking about you could do a little more on the hi-hat. You could just see what you can come up with and
Cool.
we'll do that. Why don't you just do a crash going into the chorus and let's do the chorus separately just so we can really focus on this.
Okay, cool.
Does that sound good?
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Dark. Step out from the darkness. Step into the light. Come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
Yeah. I think the start was perfect. The second 4 bars was good. I think the kick, you were just kind of getting, not lazy, but just it started feeling like that straighter kick again.
Yep.
And then that third time, I think we just need to do it a couple more times just to get comfortable on it.
I
You don't need to go crazy. Yeah, you don't need to do like that any rolls or anything. Just that kind of stuff. Just kind of adding a little bit of action to it is really all I think we need. So let's do that again.
Time doesn't
is that? So a lot better, a lot better. On the fills, you just kind of did, you just did a little bit of a crash, but it wasn't like a meaty crash. I actually kind of like the idea of not doing like a big fill there.
Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting?
Oh, you know, here, if you could do this, like almost do a hold. So this is what I mean. Yeah, this
Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for?
So you just let that crash just kind of hang,
Yep.
and then on beat 2. So you don't have anything between beat 1 and beat 2. So crash 2.
Oh yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
So that way it just kind of sustains that beat just a little bit. And I think that the thing is that since we're repeating this part 3 times, that's more than the first verse. And so it's, and the lyrics are really repetitive. So it's like, really it comes down to the instrumentals to make this interesting. And I think that's one way we could just kind of do that. Just keep the beat going, and then where you do it is just on beat 1. So just almost like we're just gonna cruise along, like yeah. Or it could literally just literally cut. Don't even put a crash there.
1, 2.
I just don't even think you need that. Like literally just do 1, 2, just stop.
Yeah.
Because then what we could do
You could do.
is instrumentally, I don't even think that. Like, dude, if we just stop, that's such a cool moment to do, like maybe like a bass drop. Like just I could just like pitch drop everything.
Yeah.
Let's just stop.
Cool.
And then when I edit this, I might even just like literally chop that out and then fade it, so that way it's like 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. But maybe on beat 2 you could do like a crash. Let's just try it, see how it sounds, and maybe we'll, I don't know, do it. Maybe we won't. Here we go.
Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
Yeah, and then I think that last fill actually, instead of doing it, you just like, you can really, have fun with that. I think that works. Right now it sounds weird because it's just scratch tracks. Once we get the full production going, I think it'll sound really good. You know what?
I was late, but.
Yeah, you were a little late, but you know what, now I think about it, maybe it'll sound better to not accent it, just to like almost be like, you didn't see nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just stop it and then just keep going.
Yeah.
So instead of doing the crash, it would be 1, 2, and then do kick on the and of 1. So 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So literally the only thing you're doing is just cutting out the first 1/8 note.
Yep.
So yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, cool.
Yeah.
But make sure you put a kick on the and. Yeah. Actually, no, dude, let's just start there. I think the others are good.
Sweet.
The others are good. So let's just literally get right into that.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
Yep. That was it. Let's do it one more time here. I like that fill. That fill is good.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
Nice. I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big fan of that. Chorus. Same, pretty much just the same thing, dude. And then just make sure that going out of the chorus is do a crash and stop, and that's going to the bridge.
Cool.
All right, here we go.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
I actually like that. I like that you didn't do a
early
hit.
and then let them.
Yeah, I like that. Yep, I like that a lot better than having a hard hit because the bass drops out anyway. So, all right, let's do it again.
Wake up from the darkness, from the dark.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it again. I think the start was a little. There were a couple moments that were a little unsure at the start, but other than that, it was good. I like the fill better in that one. On the like the better than the because I feel like that kind of like stops the motion a little bit when you
Do you want like a tom ending kind of thing or?
Let's just listen.
From the dark.
I like that. I like that a lot. I like the. I like that kind of the just the 4 on the floor kind of feel on that last bar. All right, here we go.
From the dark.
I'm about that. All right, cool. The bridge. What did you say? You had an idea for the bridge?
Oh yeah, it was just the. Yeah. Or however that feel is.
I think the main thing is you need the kick to be boom, 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 boom. I have an idea. Let's do this in 2 parts. Just hi-hat and then kick and snare.
Okay.
So let's just start with kick and snare. So just do boom, ka, boom, boom, ka,
Yeah.
ba boom, ka, da boom, boom, ka, da boom, ka. And then don't worry about any toms. We're gonna do the toms separate. We're gonna dub those.
Yep.
Okay?
Cool.
All right. Let's do that.
Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth.
Just that. Let's do it again.
From truth.
I don't think you have to do quite as many of the da-da-da.
Okay.
So boom, ka, da-da, ka. So yeah, just kind of offset those a little bit more. All right, here we go.
You cannot hide from truth.
Yep, I'll just comp that last one. I don't think I want to double hit at the end. All right, so then what we're gonna do is duplicate these, overhead mic, hat, kick, hat, because I want to record both still. Okay, ready?
Yep.
So just the hi-hat.
Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth.
Yeah, and I think actually on the
Hands on.
yeah, you could open it a little bit more for that, so it kind of speaks a little bit more. Yeah, to be honest with you, I think I'm probably just gonna cut like a 2-bar loop out of this.
Yeah.
So just take the 2 best bars and then loop them.
Sweet.
I don't know if you need to go quite as intense on the. So I'll just go. And instead of doing like the fast ones, maybe just kind of roll.
Yeah. Or.
That's the idea. I think that's the idea. Yeah. I'm taking out the kick and I'm gonna change the metronome settings a little bit to make this a little easier on you. Here we go. Yeah, that was it. That was the one. All right, we'll just we'll edit that later, but I'm not too worried about it.
It's weird, like.
That's the easy stuff to edit. Okay, last chorus. Just a nice crash hit at the beginning too of this, and then.
Do you want like more busier drums, like the little like ghost note stuff?
Yeah, maybe try. Just don't go crazy.
Like more energy.
Yes.
feeling.
Yeah. Like don't get busy, but if you want to add more nuance, like I would say add more nuance, not more busyness.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the end, I like the way that you ended that other one going into the bridge because there's not going to be a hard hit on the end.
Cool.
So I initially had a hard bass hit at the end, bam, and I decided I like it better for just a da 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 da, just end.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
From the darkness, wake up from the darkness, from the dark.
Yeah, I don't.
That was a lot longer fill.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think it needs a full bar fill. Just I think the end, that last half. So do very similar to something like that. You know what I mean?
From the dark.
Yep, that's it. Let's do one more, just to have a little bit more, and then I think we're good. Ready?
From the dark.
I like the other one better for the fill, but I like the main performance of that. But I think this previous fill was the best one. I'm good with that. I think we're ready to comp this thing. All right, so we are now going to actually track live piano. So I've got my upright piano here. It's kind of funny because I've always thought that this piano never really sounded super great on recordings, but on this particular track, in this particular scenario, I really want this edgy kind of vibe. This is a super bright piano, very, very, very bright, very difficult to play dynamically on this piano, slightly out of tune. So I think this is gonna help actually give us some crazy, unique sounds, because I really want this song to have that blend of the live drums, live piano, mixed in with the synthetic kind of instruments that are really clean sounding, like this really clean subby bass. It's got a little bit of a buzz on it. So we are gonna record live piano. Now, recording live piano, there are so many different ways of doing it. We are actually making a whole portion in the recording techniques on tracking piano. It's not up quite yet, at least as of the filming of this video. So you can record with two microphones. You could have two pencil mics. This is just one of them. You could set them basically equal, like a third of the way in or a quarter of the way in on either side, record that way. The problem with doing in stereo is it's gonna send equal signal left and right. And in this particular case, that's not what I want because the piano is not playing this super like stereo-y kind of thing. I'm only gonna be playing right hand. So I'm not gonna be doing anything like this. It's only gonna be in the higher range of the piano that we're gonna do this, and I wanna be able to pan this, okay? So because of that, we are going to record all the pianos with one single mic. And I'm gonna move the mic around based on where we are playing. So for example, there's gonna be a part in here. This range right here, so in which case I'm gonna have the mic right where I'm playing. There's another part where I'm gonna go up here. In which case I'm gonna put the mic right here. So the way we're doing this is the stand is gonna go behind the actual kit. We just got done recording drums. It's gonna go right behind the actual instrument itself. In some cases, if you've got your piano set up where there's a wall right here, well, that's the way I normally have my piano set up. I can't get a mic behind it, in which case you can have them coming from the front, coming from the side. It really does not matter. But we're gonna go straight down on this, okay? Now, if you look at the mic position here, if you kind of look sideways, this is actually right above the hammer itself. That's not really where I want this mic to be positioned. I want it to be positioned a little bit more where the capsule is like this, but I'm not gonna point it. I want it straight down. So I'm just gonna go around here. We're gonna move it back a little bit, just like that. And then I might actually even put it a little closer in. Now, the closer we are, this is really important. The closer we are to the hammers, the more the hammers you're gonna hear. Now, when I say the hammers, what am I talking about? Well, the hammer, if you actually look, it's kind of nice because this is exposed. You've got these individual pieces here. It's gonna hit the string. So there's this whole action happening when this hits that string. There's a very percussive sound to that. The further we are away, so if the microphone is higher up, it's gonna capture just the sound of the piano and less of that hit of the hammer. I personally love that attack of a hammer, so I like getting nice and close. If you just want the tone of the piano and nothing else, a little bit higher. A little goes a long way, okay? So you don't need to move all the way up here. If you want to move your mics up here, that's going to give you a very spacey kind of sound. The further up you go, the more kind of tight and whatnot it's going to sound. So let's go ahead and do this. Alrighty, so let's do it. So. All right, we're gonna do a lot of layers of this, just so you know. So we're gonna do a bunch of layers. We're gonna process it some crazy ways.
Sweet.
All right, I'm ready when you are. Yep, let's do it again. Let's do that one more time. Okay. I think that was pretty much perfect though, so. Can you duplicate that track?
Yep.
Yeah, duplicate the track. You don't need the monitors on both, so make sure the monitor's only on one.
Yep.
Let's go to the halfway point to the growing marker.
Okay.
All right, so this is an example of where I would move the microphone just to get a little closer to where I want to be. All right. Can you title this one High Piano? I just want to make sure. So we're gonna have so many piano layers, I just want to make sure. There we go. All right, that's it. All right, here we go. Go for it. Yeah. Keep going this time, all the way through that whole big thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it all the way through.
Step out into.
So we need to. That was not distracting at all. So yeah, let's just mute out all the samples.
The grow part was good, but going into that big intro.
I know, that was, yeah.
You want to do this whole thing again?
What do you think on that when I go on the big intro, pedal or no pedal? Here, listen to this. So this is no pedal. Versus, or sustain?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
Okay. Here we go from grow.
It's from, yeah.
out into the daylight.
Yeah, can you keep that? Let's do it one more time on that verse where it starts. Let it go for like 2 bars so I can hang on to that A.
Yep. Gotcha.
Okay.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't
Okay.
the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Step out from the truth. Come on out. Where's it? Wake up. Okay, so let's go back to the main piano one.
Chords.
Yeah, let's just do verse 1 all the way into the chorus. Let's stop. I'm just gonna kind of have to play around with a couple different ideas.
Okay. You need to move mic.
Yeah, I do. Okay, here we go.
Okay, play that again.
All right, cool.
Good.
Bring me more.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
Could you mute the MIDI piano, please?
Yep.
Yeah, that scratch piano, just mute that guy. Let's start from the top again.
Cool.
All right, go ahead.
All right. First one.
Yep.
Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
Could you play that back for me, please?
Yep.
What are you waiting for?
Okay, that's good, that's good.
What are you-
Okay, I'm good. Let's do it again.
Yep.
Are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
So one of the things with live piano that you can do that you cannot do with MIDI is there are actually 3 pedals on the floor. So there's the first one, the far right, that's sustain. Okay, but then there's the far left one, which is actually called una corda. Ever heard that name before, una corda?
Yeah.
The sound library. That's because una corda is going to soften the sound. Listen to the difference. Versus. It's more mellow. So watch what happens when I hit the 3rd pedal. It actually moves the entire hammer. So it's literally moving this closer. And what that does is it makes it so it does not hit as hard. So that's going to soften the sound. So what I did there that was different is I started with it on. And then I took it off. So it's more attack, more punch. And that I think that sounded a lot better. Let's, I want you to start a new track.
Okay.
And call it Piano Pluck 1. So that's what we're gonna do. And then I want you to pan this halfway to the right, please. There we go. There we go. We're gonna harmonize this. So start right when the rhythm picks up, which is the 2nd bar of the chorus.
Yep.
Or not the chorus, verse.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wait.
Yeah, I kind of screwed up a few times. Could you mute the piano so I can just hear myself?
You got it.
All right, let's do that again. All right, I'm not gonna do as much moving because that's just really hard to do. All right, let's do it again.
Hoping for time doesn't wait for you.
Okay, duplicate that track, pan it to the left this time. And we'll only do the first, actually no, that's fine, never mind.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
Bro, that sounds great. I honestly don't even know if I need the other piano in there. We'll have to kind of see. I think that's it for the verse. So let's get into the chorus. Let's go to the primary piano in the chorus.
Yep.
This is going to be a little bit louder, so it's going to be like. Ready?
Yep.
All right, let's hit it.
Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness.
Okay, let's do it just one more time, just for another take of it. I think that was pretty much good.
From the darkness, from the dark.
All right, do the high piano now. Move this mic. Sorry. All right, let's do it. All right, hit it.
From the darkness, wake up from the darkness, from the dark.
Hang on to that for a bar. I'm gonna hang on to that. So do it again.
From the darkness, from the dark, step out from the darkness, step in.
Could you do just the last 4 bars of the chorus?
From the darkness, from the dark, step out from the darkness.
Yep.
That was good.
Perf. All right. All right. So start another track called ARP. All right. Do the whole chorus. All right. Ready when you are.
From the darkness.
Sorry, it's competing with that other higher part. So one of the things that was just happening, so I had this whole, that whole like melody happening, and you also had, it's in the exact same range. That's a big time problem. They're competing with each other, so that's why we're gonna lower this an octave. Could you do me a bigger favor too? Could you pan the lead piano that we did off to the right, and then
Halfway, all the way.
halfway, just for now. We'll probably change it, just so I can kind of clearly hear the differences. Yep, that should be good. All right, I'm ready when you are.
From the dark.
play that back for me? I just want to hear it. You can just delete that. We're not going to do that. I think we'll do something different, like a different sound, or maybe just not. I feel like it's just too much happening. Let's go to verse 2. Go to the pluck one. All right, so we're going to do the pluck stuff again. All right, ready when you are.
Here we go.
The whole verse.
From the dark, step out from the darkness. Step into the light. Come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
Ah, dang it. Can you just go to the last? No. The whole first part was just the last third bar, the last 3 bars.
Okay.
So there's like 3 sections of 4 bars.
Yeah.
Just the last section. Okay. Hit it.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
Do the other hand, the one. All right, go for it.
Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
That got it! Last 4 again. Dude, this sounds great.
It does.
I love that the drums dropping out. It almost sounds like those drums got side chained out or something, but it sounds, freaking love
like
this.
a reverse on the Pluck.
Ah, yes! All right, let's do it.
All right.
Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
All right, so we're gonna do the chorus now. All right, here we go.
Is this panned right or left?
This is the one that we just left off on.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay. Here we go.
Here we go.
From the darkness, from the dark.
Okay, that was pretty much perfect, so let's move on to the next one. Okay, go ahead.
From the darkness, from the dark.
All right, create another copy of those. Pan this one in the center.
Okay.
Call this one pluck low. So piano pluck low instead of 3. Just do like low. We're gonna do 3-part harmony for the whole thing. And then we're gonna go all the way through the chorus. From the darkness. Nice, this one's gonna be a piece of cake. All right, go for it.
Cool.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping
I got it! Freaking every time! It's like the 3rd time I have to mess up. When I don't mess up at all. Okay, let's just start. Yeah, right there on the 3rd time.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
So, that lead piano thing, we're just gonna duplicate from chorus 1 to chorus 2.
Oh, okay.
So we're not gonna redo that.
All right.
Save time. Copy paste. I know I'm like the anti-copy paste person, but in situations like this where it's like it's literally just gonna be the exact same thing, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't. All right, the soft bridge. I want you to do this. Duplicate the high piano
Okay.
twice. Do high piano bridge 1, high piano bridge 2 for the names. So what I have in my mind is I want to do a lot of different kind of like plucked layers and textures and all sorts of craziness on this. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do one that's gonna be panned right. That'll just be like. Kind of like that. Yep. And then the other one I think is gonna be. They're gonna interplay with each other. It's gonna be really cool. All right, so let's just do the first one. Yeah, let's do the first one. So this is on the verse, or sorry, bridge. Bridge. All right, here we go.
Don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth. Wait.
Could you just mute the drums altogether?
Yep.
Just since we haven't timelined those yet, that's just a little distracting. Yeah, mute the hi-hats too.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that should be good. Let's just start from the top there. It just took me a second to like get in the groove with it.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dark.
Dang it. Sorry. Can you give 2 bars? Actually, so start a bar sooner than that.
Yep.
I'm actually gonna start playing it to just get into it a little bit more. Okay, so go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
From the dark. Don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth. Wait.
Boom. That was pretty darn good, I think.
Yeah.
Could you just turn the tone of the metronome up a little bit? Once the bass comes in, I'm kind of losing it a little bit. All right, let's do the other one. Yes, okay, go. Yep.
It's like a 2-bar.
From the dark. Don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth.
Let's do it again. I messed up a lot.
Let me turn down the high a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Okay, let's do it.
Cannot hide from truth. Wait.
Okay, let's do all right, let's do go to the plucked ones.
Yep.
Again.
And do the right first one.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that.
From the dark. Don't let your fear.
So dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. I'm trying to do a different rhythm, so it's stands out. All right, let's do that again. Da, 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 da. Let's do that. Da, 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 da.
From the dark, don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth.
Lost a light. That's right. Let's do the one below it. So, yep, go for it.
You cannot hide from truth.
Okay. I think that's the only ones that I need there. Yeah, I think I do want to just go ahead and do something like that. I have a feeling that we'll probably do something crazy on this. Yeah, let's do that.
From the dark, don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into
Try to do some hemiola. Not hemiola, that's not right. Just pushing the 4 against the 6.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can make that work. Yeah, let's see if we can. Okay, so basically what I'm doing, what we're talking about here, this is drummer talk, rhythm talk. We're in the bridge, it goes in this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But we're technically in 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So there's this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So basically there's 4 and 6 that are like grinding against each other. It's super cool if you can do it. Hashtag editing.
Yeah.
I'm happy with the start of that. Let's just go straight to where it actually goes into that.
Okay, because you kind of.
Yeah, start there. Let's just start there on the. Yeah, go ahead.
who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth.
Let's start right when it actually starts. There we go. I like that. That's cool.
Okay, right.
Yep, right on it. Yep.
And hide from truth.
Yeah, we'll have to edit that obviously, but that's sick. Sick. I want to do some like palm muted guitars on that. Kind of like clean. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we need. Oh, bruh. Okay, go to just where the notes go, where that swell happens.
Yep.
All right, we are going to record a low hit. It's just gonna be like, and I'm gonna like reverb it,
Yep.
reverse it, so it's, and then it's gonna slam into it. So let's just, right on that, I'm just gonna hit it for, let's just let it hold out for a while. Hit it, let's do it.
Wake up.
I might try it there. Just let's do it one more time, but I'm gonna try it a little higher.
All right.
Go for it.
Wake up.
Sweet. I am Mozart. I'm just kidding.
I do that on guitar.
That is Bach. That's the C# minor fugue.
Commercial.
Or that's actually prelude fugue. Anyway.
Tell everyone about your headphones right now.
Today we are proud to present to you.
Yeah, that's great, actually. All right, last chorus.
And then it is. Let's just do the last chorus, the main piano. I just want to kind of do the. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. I'm gonna move the mic. That's the one thing you always okay. Always forget to move the mic. Okay, here we go.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
Yeah. Go to the out, just on the out, on the marker, the out.
Yep.
Go to the lead piano. I'm just gonna hit that.
From the dark.
No, it needs to be the D. Oh yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah! What needs to be a D? So do that again.
From the dark.
The end. All right, so pretty much now we're just like double checking to make sure that we have everything we need. So I got the high piano here, the main piano. Uh-oh. So we need to get the main piano there. Yeah, we're missing that.
The light, come on down.
My gosh, that sounds good. Yeah.
Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping?
I want to add a little bit of high piano there, just like whole notes. And I think if we were to throw like movement or portal, just like just get some crazy effects going on. We'll make that a whole video. So I want to do a little bit of main piano right in here. I think that we should add a little bit, maybe in verse 2.
Probably when that bass comes in.
Yes, for sure high piano there. I'm thinking that we're gonna also add some like MIDI stuff in here as well. There's gonna be plenty of MIDI going on in here as well.
All right.
Obviously I'd rather record more than we need than not enough. So let's do the main piano and that high piano. I think we should be pretty good. So let's do the high piano first actually, since I'm already on it. And that's in verse 2 when the drums come in. Heck yeah. I could also hear some replica on this. Tasty. Go.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
Heck yeah, boy. All right, now let's do the main piano. You know, I kind of realized that many of you may be thinking, why wouldn't you just leave the mic where it is, record all those elements one at a time? And the reason is because my creative flow is, I want to get things in one section kind of done as much as I can and then move on. So for me, it's not like, I know, and this is up to you. Like if you don't like this and you're just like, well, I just want to get all the mid stuff done first and then come back. That's great. But for me, I'm like in this kind of creative flow. And so I'm trying to like throw as much into one section as I know I want and then just do it when it hits me instead of waiting and then kind of filling in the gaps. So I would rather just move the mic around. It's not that big of a deal. So anyway, just up to your discretion, basically is all I'm trying to say. Okay, so big intro. Can you just play it real quick? All right, let's do it. Yep. Then I think verse 2. Let's go to verse 2. The main piano.
When that bass drop,
Then go for it.
Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
boom shakalaka. That was it. I think we're good on this.
Sweet.
All right, so my friends, that is the piano. So now what we're gonna have to do is just go through comp, edit, do all the not sexy stuff that also makes the biggest difference to polish everything. Up from here, we're gonna go ahead and start filling in with MIDI instruments, get MIDI drums, all that jazz. We'll see you there.
So yesterday we got keyboards all tracked, we got drums all tracked. So the next thing that we did, and I didn't show this on camera because we already have this in the editing module, is the editing part, okay? So we went through, we got the pianos edited, we got the drums edited. You can see I haven't actually even joined these yet, so this is where I did the cuts. To get these all edited, I got the drums edited. You can see the drums are still, again, not actually even done like this. And I wanna show you this one thing that I do. When I create my track alternatives, now I understand this is in Logic, so if you're using Pro Tools, you can do this as well. I think some of the other DAWs. I have track alternatives, so I have my edits, my takes, and what I'm gonna actually do is duplicate each of these and then call these finals, okay? And then watch what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna grab these, I'm going to join them. And the reason I do this is because if I ever need to go back, if I ever realize, oh shoot, you know, this one random piece in here, I actually got that fade messed up, or I did something wrong, I can always go back to my edits, fix it there, and then create a new duplication, and then go back. I have my comps right here, so I can always go back to the unedited versions as well. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and keep it like this. Just looks a lot cleaner, a lot nicer, and I like doing that. So the thing that I have already done, and I've already talked about this in the drum production module, talking about layering drums. We already went through, and as you recall, we actually recorded the samples for the floor tom and for the mid tom and the snare and all this stuff, the crashes. So I already kind of went through here and I added some stuff. So if we just listen to the drums, right? So we got that. We already got that floor tom sample added in there. And as you can see, I pan the floor sample off to the right. This mid sample is off to the left. So then, so that sounds nice. So let's go to a place where we get that. Here we go. Here's a fill. So that sounds really nice. And so all I did is I just made sure I went in here and I lined up the audio. Again, all of this is stuff that we've talked about between the editing portion and the drum production module. So the next thing that we need to do now to really get these drums sounding killer is to actually start adding some umph. Now, if we go to the snare sample, I want to show you this. This is the snare sample that we actually recorded. It's not that this sounds bad, this sounds good, but in my mind I'm thinking, okay, if we already have the snare recorded with the overhead mic that we had, if we were to drop this in there, and then also drop another snare sample in there that is like a more punchy snare that we're gonna potentially add in, which we're going to add in, at that point it kind of makes me wonder, well, why do we need this at all? So I'm gonna save myself some work, and we are actually just not gonna use this. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna hide these, I'm gonna keep them, I'm gonna hide them, and we're just not gonna use that. Okay, the crashes, I already went through and added the crashes, so same thing here. By big crashes panned all the way to the left, small crash all the way to the right. And then there were a couple times where I put both crashes. Sounds awful nice. Okay, so let's actually get into adding the drum samples. So just if you have not gone through the drum production module, this would be a good time to push pause and go watch the drummer layering. I talk about layering kicks and layering snares, okay? But we're gonna get practical now and actually do it here. So when I listen to these drums, let's go to the big intro. Okay, we're gonna start with the kick. I think this kick sounds great, to be honest with you. I think the kick really sounds good. It's nice and thuddy, it's thumpy, it's got a little bit of a smash on it, it's got some high end, top end. It's a really nice, good sounding kick. But what I'm noticing is that I don't really get like a thump out of it as much, or like just a whack out of it. So that's kind of what we're gonna look for. So I've got some samples in here. These are just some sample packs that I have in here. You could be going to sound libraries, you could be doing any number of things. But for me, I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna go to, actually, you know what I think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to that sound. And let's see if we can't. I like this actually a lot. You hear what I mean about that being like thuddy? Or not thuddy, but just, it's got almost a whack on it, but it's nice and fat on the bottom. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add an audio track in here. Now, you can, in a lot of cases, especially if you're tracking like MIDI drums, then just copy this over into a MIDI sampler. In Logic, you can just drag it into quick sampler. You could use battery, any number of things. Do a sampler, because then it's gonna save you so much time. In this particular case, since we did live drums, we can't actually do that because we can't just copy a MIDI region down from the kick. The other thing that we cannot do is we cannot use a trigger plugin. The reason is because we only use 2 mics, right? If we had just like a kick mic that, now actually we could do this on the kick, but the problem is even with that, you see all these transients here are not the kick, and the trigger is gonna get confused by that. And this kick right here is the same volume as this tom here. So that's gonna be a problem. So we are gonna have to do this manually, which is gonna be very, very tedious. It's gonna take a long time. So I'm just curious to see how this kick sounds. I'm just gonna add it a couple places just to give us nice little, I'm gonna turn this down. So let's listen to how this sounds. Ah, nice, that sounds fantastic. I love it when I'm like right on the ball at the first time. Yeah, and you can hear it without there at that point. And you need to make sure you add a crossfade. Okay, so let's just listen to this. Let's just loop this here. So here's without it. Yeah, major difference with. Yeah, even with it blended in like quietly, it just adds a nice little bit. I don't want to take away from the original kick. That'll be a mixing decision, but I'm gonna at least get it balanced. And so what we have to do, this is the next step, and then we'll find the snare, and then I'm actually gonna do it. I'm gonna do it off camera because it's gonna probably take at least an hour for me to do this. What you have to do is you have to zoom very far in, and let me show you this. So if we zoom far in on the audio, you can actually tell that the kick transient really starts a little bit right there, so I actually need to move this. You need them to start at the exact same spot, okay? This is gonna prevent any kind of issue. So like this one right here, we gotta move that. And you gotta zoom very far into where the waveform looks like this. This one has to move over there. You can notice this is not on the grid, and this is what you get when you track live stuff. So if you wanna have live stuff, you gotta realize you're kind of signing up for a lot more work than if you're doing MIDI, okay? And now by doing that, there we go. Sounds so much better. And that is how we'd actually get all, and again, we'd have to do this the entire way. I'll show you guys what this sounds like in a downloadable file below this video for you to hear how this all sounds together with all the samples added in. Okay, so we got the kick. Now we need to find a snare, and I already know some samples that I like. I'm gonna go and do snare dirty pop. No. So just before we even start looking, let's talk about what I'm looking for. Okay. So that snare, you can hear the snares. It's got a nice pop on it. I want something that has a little more like fat, kind of mid-rangey, kind of hit, okay? So that's not it. That's not it. That's like super high, right? That's like, no. Ooh, see, this one could be closer. Also good. Those sound almost the same. I'm just gonna drag this into the kick. I'm gonna duplicate this. So there's one option. No. So none of those are good. I'm gonna go back. I have one other, I like the hybrid here. That's a cool snare, but not what I'm looking for. That's also a cool snare. I like these hybrid ones a lot. Oh yeah. That's really good. Okay, yeah, I think I like this one actually the most. So let's turn this up and let's actually test these guys out. So there's one. Let's actually do it where we have the kicks so we can hear it in the context of everything else. All right, so this is our We're gonna put this in the middle here so we can see this nice and easy. So there's 1, there's 2. Okay, so we got 1 and 2. We're gonna start in the middle. Yeah, see, in the context, this is why you do this. Because I like this first one a lot. Listen. Nice. This is like kind of whack. And I want that. So, we're gonna go ahead and just try this out for a nice little groove here. Yeah. And you can already hear these are not aligned perfectly. Actually, they were. That was pretty darn close. I think it's just because they're really loud. Yeah, so we'll just have to mix that down. So I think I like that. So this is gonna be our snare sample, okay? And then again, same thing, we have to literally go through the entire track and do this, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and then I'm gonna show you what this actually sounds like once we're finished. Let's do it. All right, so after a very long period of time, I think this took like over an hour. We have finally gotten all these samples added. So we got the snare samples right here, the kick samples right here, we got the floor and the other samples. I already told you about the crash and small crash, big crash, all that stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you what this sounds like with none of these samples, okay? And we're gonna have the whole instrumental going. Let's go somewhere where there's a good chunk of stuff going on. Yeah, let's just do this verse. Let's do verse 2. And this is with no samples. I'm gonna take the vocal out. Okay, so let's take a listen. Okay, so we've got some fills in there, we've got, you know, some cool snare stuff, some cool kick stuff. So now we've added the samples. Without. With. Without. So let's just solo this out on that fill. Listen to this. You get that stereo width, we got those toms, and we'll probably mix those toms higher once we actually get down to mixing this whole thing. But man, this already sounds incredible. This already sounds incredible, right? So I'm super happy with this. This is why you drop samples. This is why it makes such a big difference. All right, so the very next thing that we are gonna do, we just got done adding in the drum samples, got everything edited. We are ready to go on that front. So now what we're gonna do is actually start working on tracking out some electric bass, because I'm a huge fan of like crunchy, distorted electric bass. So we're gonna see if we can come up with some really cool electric bass. What we're gonna do here is need to mess with the gain reduction on here first and foremost. All right, I do want the compressor to be hitting this a little bit, so let's get the compression. I'm using the kind of onboard EQ a little bit. All right, so we got a tune. That's the very first thing we got to do. Wow, surprisingly in tune. All right, so the next thing we're gonna do is just go ahead and add some amp sim, get some guitar rig on here, and we're just gonna have to kind of see what kind of sound we're gonna go for. All right, so then we're gonna go to input source, bass, dirty studio bass. Let's see what that sounds like. We don't need so much gain right now. All right, we'll just kind of see how that sounds. So what I'm thinking is we're gonna double track this. I'm just gonna record that. I'm gonna try with the pick. Take out some of those lows. There we go. See, you can hear that? That's not gonna compete with that sub bass as much. We don't wanna compete. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna do this again, and we are gonna pan these. So one's gonna go hard right, hard left. Let's see how it sounds. I think I like that. That's really good. Let's just turn this down. I think we could take out more of that bass on it though, to be honest with you. Let's go more peak reduction. All right, so let's try this now. Electric bass right, electric bass left. All right, here we go. All right, now let's put the other side on. Let's see how that sounds now. All right, let's listen to that. Yep, I'm gonna redo the right one because on one of those notes there was kind of a flub. Alrighty, I like that a lot. Let's move on. Okay, so it's pretty much the same, so I just want to practice this. We'll have to play with that in the chorus.
That was good. I'm just gonna do that chorus one more time. Dig it. Sounds great. Just want to make sure. Shoot, you know what I just realized? We're kind of coming a little hot. This is why you always check it. Doggone it. Yep, so this happens sometimes, guys. You record a bunch of stuff and then you realize you screwed up. So we were coming in a little too hot. We're coming out like minus 1 dB, which it's not ideal. So we're gonna redo this. Fortunately, I didn't get too far. This is why you check, my friends. All right, a little trade of the trick, trick of the trade, trade of the trick, trick of the trade. I don't know what the heck I'm saying. We're gonna duplicate the chorus because it's no different. In the chorus is not gonna make a difference in terms of performance, so we're not gonna worry about doing the chorus again. You know what I'm gonna do? Dun, 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 dun. There we go. There we go. All right, cool. Let's do the other one. Do, 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 do. Bam. Chorus one more time. All right, let's go to the bridge. Sweet. This is why you get a 6-string bass, or a 5-string. You don't need a 6-string because a 6-string is actually higher, but to get that really low B string, man, it sounds great. So, friends, just like that, we now have our electric bass added, and it's really sounding fantastic. So if we listen to this, you know, without the bass, it sounds great, right? It's nice and clean. Add some grit to it, you know what I mean? That's what I want. I want that punchy grit that synth is kind of punchy, but it's got some cleanness to it too. So I want to have this nice dichotomy of clean mixed with punchy and raw and insanely kind of crunchy. So we're gonna get these edited, which will not take very long since electric bass is very easy to edit. We will copy over the choruses and we'll be ready to rock and roll onto the next thing. So let's do it. All right, so I haven't even edited these electric basses yet because I'm just really feeling in the flow creatively. So one of the things that I really wanna do is start working on these pianos. And I named this one Portal Piano because I have this feeling of using a plugin called Portal. It's by Output. And then this one right here, I think we might use some movement on it, which is another Output plugin. And one of the things when I was recording these pianos and had the idea of doing this was I kind of want to see if I could almost sound design the pianos. So right now, this sounds good, right? It sounds great. So what I'm going to do, the very first thing I want to do is I do want to add a 2A compressor on here to kind of give a little bit more of a squeeze. There we go. This is just going to kind of give us a little bit more squeeze on it so it's not quite as pokey, I guess you could say, if that's a musical term. But then what I want to do is I want to see if we can start designing this out a little bit more. So I'm thinking we're going to utilize Portal. This is a great plugin. And I just want to say this as well. If this isn't your cup of tea, designing your own sounds, for the longest time this was not my cup of tea. And you don't need to get into this. So you could easily find, in fact, it would be much easier for me to go use piano colors or hammers and waves or noir or any other instrument. It'd be 10 times easier for me to do that than to do this, to actually use live piano and then try to design out the sounds on live piano. But alas, I like challenging myself and I'm gonna let you see the journey. So what I wanna do is go in here, we're gonna go to guitars and keys and see if we can't find some presets. And this is what I'm doing. I'm finding presets. I'm not going in and getting crazy with it and designing my own stuff. So I already know a lot of these, how they sound. I just want to hear what this is because I favorited it. Wow. I like that a lot. Let's just kind of see what's, I don't usually like the pitch ones. No, I think that sleep cycle is really good. Kind of funny how it's like first shot, like there it is. Okay, an idea I have is to kind of filter this out first. There we go. Somehow I had another track in here that I didn't realize I had on. Here we go. There we go. Oh. This is why I think it is a good idea to occasionally get some plugins that can do stuff like this. These are the types of plugins I'm actually excited about because they add things. There's just no way I could make that myself. No way. That doesn't even sound like the piano, which is crazy. All right, so I already did this, and I'd forgotten that I'd done this. So I copied down the exact same piano. So I'm just gonna start over because I was just testing stuff to make sure it wasn't gonna sound like crap before filming. So I'm gonna grab this, copy down this piano, and on this one, we're gonna use movement to see if we can't get a little bit more of a pulsating kind of sound or a unique texture going on. Now, we can duplicate this because we're gonna process it so differently. That's what it'd be like just on its own. So let's just focus on this one. Again, presets are your friend in my opinion on this stuff because these plugins are incredibly difficult to use. Let's try just Plucks. It's really bright, roomy. So same thing, we gotta kind of filter this out. The other thing I'm going to do is add some width on this because this sound is cool, but I want it to feel super, super wide. So I'm going to use thermal to do this. I've talked about this before. Width, add sides. I'm going to turn this way down. The other thing we can do is add some space on it. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to add some, actually, you know, we're going to try replica with the diffusion mode. I've talked about this as well. Diffusion, shortest time possible, straight. Now it's a reverb. Check this out. Okay, so what we're going to do now, what I'm noticing is that movement is actually adding a lot of brightness. So I'm going to EQ this again after movement. So you can see I'm filtering out movement, and then I'm going to filter out again. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this high piano, and what I'm gonna do is grab this one, put it down here, and we're gonna call this filtered high piano. And the reason is because I don't want it to be so bright at the beginning. I want this to kind of be filtered and open up over time. So we're gonna move this cycle here. There we go. Right about there. All right, then what we're gonna do is I'm going to add replica again. I'm just going to see how this sounds in diffusion mode. And this time I think I might actually have a dotted eighth. That sounds really good. I'm just thinking that, man, if I could get this sounding wide as well, because we tracked that in mono, remember? Oh, nope, I don't want portal. That's not what I want. I want thermal, thermal, thermal. There we go. So this is kind of the sound design side of things. And again, you can do as much or as little as you want. There we go. This is sounding great. Let's listen to the beginning. I think I'm gonna add another one of these. I'm gonna just clear out all this, reset this channel strip, movement piano 2. Do another one because I kind of want to see what we can come up with. Let's try portal again, actually. We might just see what we can do on this. See if we can come up with some wild stuff on this. Let's do rhythmic, grain cutter, what's this? Maybe bring this one in. So we're going to call this one like reverse pulsed keys. I'm using the exact same sound, friends. I'm using the exact same sound, just manipulating it. Isn't that crazy that you can do that? It's amazing. Blows my mind. Here we go. Just want to listen to this. Filter this out a little bit.
that's pretty freaking cool. Let's put some reverb on this. Get this some round maybe. Let's see. I just want to make sure it's not going to be too messy though. Let's try it.
Step out into the sunlight. Don't.
Uh-oh, did I delete this piano? Uh-oh, I think we're missing some piano. I think I might have deleted something. So that's an oops. Main piano, look at that. There was supposed to be something right there. Maybe I still have it. Bummer, dude.
Step out into the daylight.
Okay, how about this? Let's try this. Let's grab this and put this here.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from.
I'm gonna see if I can get away with this. I don't know if I'll be able to, but we're gonna see if I can just, let's see if I can drop this an octave. This might sound awful.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for?
Once the bass comes in, I'm gonna remove that. So then, let's see how this sounds.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight.
Okay, maybe we grab the original one, put it here.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the light. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
Heck yeah. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna automate this EQ because we're filtered out at the beginning, and then I'm gonna unfilter it. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna kind of go here.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
I can get behind this. All right, let's see how this starts from the top.
out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for? Step out into the daylight, step sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you?
Yeah, I think getting rid of movement in there, it's just a little bit too busy once we think about adding the vocals. I'm also going to do some vocal layers in here, like we'll do that a little bit later, probably pretty soon. We'll do that today still. Okay, so we've pretty much sound designed these keyboards as much as I want to go. Now I want to see if we can add in some other elements, some other MIDI elements. And so we're going to see if we can just kind of round this out. Like I've said, I want to have this kind of juxtaposition between the raw elements that we recorded and the more programmed elements, okay? So for example, in this little growing area here, I want to do some MIDI drums in there, some MIDI programmed drums. I want to kind of work on this bass. I call this the temp soft bass, but honestly, let's call this guy soft bass. I'm really happy with this sound. I really, really, really like the bass sounds that we have come up with. Honestly, I'm just super, super jazzed about how they sound. So we're just going to call this synth bass. And let's color these bad boys. Electric bass, good with that. I'm happy with where we're at. I'm really, really happy. I think we could maybe add some strings, like Pluck strings in here, just like sparsely, like verbed out. I think we can do some really cool things. So all in all to say, that's kind of how I went about the sound design of the piano. And there's no like, you know, structure that I was necessarily following as much as just trying out a couple presets. These are where I do think having some of those plugins like Portal or Movement or other crazy effects plugins like that, where the presets sound really good. I don't want to be tinkering around. I just want to see if we can get creative with it. I'm doing some filtering. Most of the stuff I'm doing is pretty basic, nothing crazy. Filters, the reverbs, maybe a little bit of delay, and all stuff that we've talked about in the production effects portion of the course. So if you need a review on any of that stuff, check it out there. Let's go ahead and move on to the MIDI instruments now. Alrighty, one of the first things I just want to do right now is get rid of this scratch piano. We don't need it. And then the second thing I want to do is go turn literally everything down. Okay, there we go. Don't want anything clipping, blowing your eardrums out. Everything's recorded well. It's just once you start getting a lot of layers, it starts getting a little bit loud. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is the part that I'm really excited about this. We're gonna add some MIDI drums into this. So I want to add some like topper stuff, really verbed out, really crazy. So we're just going to add, let's do a software instrument. Let's just open up a couple instances of battery 4, all mono. Let's do 5. We can always duplicate things. And the reason I'm doing it this way is because then I can actually, you know, just drop samples into battery and be happy with that. So, or just use battery sounds. So let's go to samples, drums. I'm thinking the first thing I want to see if I can find is like some sort of a clap or a snap or something. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Snap. Dang, that's really harsh. So we're gonna obviously filter this guy. We're gonna add a reverb on this, or a delay. I'm gonna do a tape delay, simple tape delay. Dotted eighth note is my favorite pattern, rhythm. Okay, there's one, starting off good. Yeah, so let's go back in here. Let's see if we can add some just like percussion. No. It's actually kind of cool. All right, well, we'll have to repitch that because it's not really good.
I think that we actually need to just repitch it again. Just to dun, 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 dun. There we go. Really filtered. I kind of have this idea for something like this, where it'd just be like boomy. Man, that's loud. Hit this guy. Here we go. Low cut. Don't need it at the end there. All right, I think now we need to actually go with some contact stuff and actually start looking for some toppers. So I'm thinking of some evolve. I love stuff like this. So good. And then what you do is go in here and you filter it out. That's like the name of the game. High cuts, low cuts, whatever you gotta cut. Cut it all. I'm just kind of kidding. So we want to let the lows out. There it is. All right, and this evolve, honestly, a lot of this stuff I think could go in the verse.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out.
I think even lower.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
Man, I'm a big fan of that. All right, I just want to hear this in context. So then I think we could honestly just do these snaps on those hits too. Yeah, so just every other, just like that. All right, so just kind of looking at it as I got it right now, I'm really happy with this. Literally only 4 things going on. 4 things, that's it. That's all we got. Now, one thing I am gonna do is take this soft bass and I am going to side chain it to that low hit. Okay, so we're gonna go in here and instrument, low hit, there it goes, auto gain off. Do a relatively slow release, 4 to 1. It's kind of interesting. Why is it not? You know, maybe I'll do is just use the LFO tool. I don't know why it's not working. And let's just change the rate to be. All right, so what I'm doing with the LFO tool here is I'm just shaping out, so that way it's essentially ducking and then coming up. For some reason, my sidechain compression is not working, and I'm not gonna sit here and be patient and try to figure out why it's not working. I'm just gonna go on, because that's what you do when you're in the flow. So I've got it so that basically when the low hit happens, these are not competing as much with each other. So that way it kind of carves out some space. And then I'm happy with that, and then I'm happy with this as well.
Step out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for?
And then we get into that. So that right there, my friends, that's the drums that we're gonna do, the MIDI drums. And I think that will be it for this. Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll go to the soft bridge, see. Just curious, see how this sounds. Yeah, that's not gonna work because it's got a triplet feel, but let's see. You know what? No, I think I'm gonna leave that. We're gonna do a lot of MIDI stuff there with the with other elements and guitars. And I think we'll have enough going on. So I don't think we're anything there. So I think we're good on the MIDI drums for programming, and that's it, my friends. All right, so what we have so far in the intro, we're kind of focusing on intro verse 1 and stuff, is this. Sounds really good already. Sounds really good. And we're gonna make it sound even better, okay? So what I'm gonna do is start working with some of the MIDI stuff because like I said, I wanna juxtapose clean with the unclean, right? Now, one thing is I've got this, this is a new library. Actually, the producer that I learned from and worked for almost 10 years ago made this library. It's kind of a, I don't know what the word is that I would use, but it's kind of one of these interesting libraries. It's very simple. So Philip Zock made this. And I'm gonna just pull everything down and see if I can't find one that I like. So that's electric keys. That sounds actually really kind of cool. And it's just, I'm trying to find as unique of sounds that I know not a lot of people have. That's really what I'm trying to do. And I think I'm gonna duplicate the idea in this filtered high piano. Da. You can't lie, it's like so good. Okay, so high plucked toy piano, I think is what this is. I don't know if RAM is what I want to use. Honestly, I might want to use spaced out. I feel like I'm gonna have way too many things on this. I don't say that a whole lot. I don't. Definitely need to filter this. I'm just gonna filter out all these stuff below like 200. Arbitrary. Here we go. I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of that. Okay, that's cool. Kind of like the idea of having like a dotted eighth delay on this. You come back, kid. Just a simple. All right, let's do another one. This one will go on the other side. Let's just see if we can find another. I'm just gonna explore a little bit on this. Need more volume on that. I like that a huge amount. I like that. I like that a huge amount. That's the amount. I like that. You got to go where the inspiration takes you, friends. You got to go where the inspiration takes you. I'm going to compress this a little bit so get a little more volume out of it. So to get this to sound really good, we're gonna have to add some stuffs. Oh dang, that sounds so good. Oh, yes! Okay, now we got to get some reverb on this. Yep. Oh man, gosh. That sounds really good. We'll come back to that part later. All right, let's try another one of these. Let's try the chimes. So basically you can just blend in everything. All right, I want to see if we can build this out a little bit more. I think I'm gonna go with some hammers and waves. They're one of my all-time favorites, and I've built a bunch of my own. Things in here. I really like this Obscura Grand. Let's see if one of my presets will work on this. And we do have a student discount on this, by the way. Pulsating fractals. One. I think that's so yeah, I made this preset. I think I'm gonna do lower. Got some lower stuff. 4.
into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting?
I think that's good enough. So I think what we're gonna do is automate this a little bit, turn it way down obviously. I think we're gonna have to also take out some of the reverb. I think it's a little heavy. And this big intro, I'm gonna actually know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a separate track. So I'm gonna duplicate this. In this particular I'm gonna call this pulsating no fractal. So what I'm gonna do is when we get into this part where the rhythm comes in, this fractal is the actual arpeggiated thing that's going on here. So if we just turn that off, we don't get that. So. Sounds a little lame on its own, but like honestly, that might sound good in context. 2, 3, 4.
into the daylight.
That's the sound. I just don't think this is the instrument. Or not the sound, that's the idea, not that instrument. So I think this is where we need to go in here and see if we can find something else that will work for this. Let's try the muted relic. I have a handful of sounds in here that I like. I think that could be it. That's it. I made a mistake. Let's see if I find out whether.
Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you?
I'm really not liking that tom fill.
Time doesn't wait for you.
Let's get these toy pianos.
Time doesn't wait for you. From the darkness. From the darkness.
Wow, might be nice to play the right notes. Okay, I don't want that bottom octave.
From the darkness.
Kind of wondering about. What about the motherfucker? I think I just like the other one with the fractal.
Time doesn't wait for you. From the darkness. From the darkness. From the dark.
Pretty much that. Just chords. I think that's it. There's gonna be so many vocals in here, layers, and the gang vocals. That'll be like a whole other kind of like pad element, if you will. So I don't think we need a whole lot more. I think that.
From the dark.
was bad, but I like it. Nice and airy. I like that. Yeah, we can just copy the. Something's. I'm not sure if I want to have the sustain pedal on it actually at all. Let's just listen to it without any sustain, just to context. Well, in this case, I'll duplicate it, bring it down, muted, arped, muted, relic, arpeggio. So then what we can do, because I kind of want to brighten this up a little bit, add some fresh air on this guy. Some. There we go. Maybe what we'll do is do this reverse pulse keys thing here too. Did we not edit this? Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. We edited that. Just want to make sure we've got those there. Let's copy those guys. All right, so we've made a huge amount of progress. And just as a reminder, we hadn't even sound designed the pianos or even dropped these drum samples until today. We've been literally, it's not even noon, and we've done all this. So if you think you can't work quickly, of course you can work quickly. Obviously, there's some knowledge base, right? And that's what I'm trying to help you with all of this. But we have already only been working for half the day, and I think that we'll have the instrumental entirely done. So what I want to do is kind of just like get a snapshot of where we're at, play some of this. We're not going to show you me playing it through all the way, but I'm just going to see if there's anything else I want to add. So here we go. I mean, that's pretty freaking cool.
All right, I already had an idea. It didn't have to take long. I'm gonna go in here and do a cod and una corda, and I want it to be very, very bright. I love this. So this is a counter melody. Obviously didn't spell that right at all, but I want this to kind of like, let's just use the reverb inside of Contact. Heck yeah. Yeah, I need more reverb on that guy. I feel like I've been using space out so much, I probably should have just made a bus. This is the life, guys. All right. Nope, that's the wrong rhythm. Da 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 1 da 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 da. What is that rhythm? Uh-oh. Ah. Here we go. Cool. I think the last thing I'm going to do here is just, I want to just reverse this piano, and then I think I need to take a little bit of a break, give my brain a breather. I might actually honestly get some of these gang vocals done, because I'll need to do that before long. Right on there. So this is that low piano hit that I get. dig it. Let's get a little more volume on that guy. Sweet. I'm gonna give myself a breather. We'll be back. All right, so now we are going to go ahead and do some guitar. I have some ideas here for like a little bit of a lead kind of guitar thing, as well as some gang vocals. We're gonna kind of do it all together. We're just gonna do it in the order that we're doing it. Don't want any compression. All right, so I had an idea, and now I need to figure out if I can actually remember it. So let's go ahead and get going here. Kind of want like a little bit of a crunch on it. Let's go to components. No, not two. Definitely want to do some sweet. Yeah. There's a lot of noodling around in there. All right. We'll see if we want to do that. I don't know if we're going to want to do that. This is, obviously the guitar is really loud in relationship to everything else, but. I like that, that was cool. Okay, so we're gonna call this lead guitar, and then I'm gonna duplicate it. And this one I'm not gonna have as much reverb, like hardly any reverb. I want to do it down there. All right, not sure if I like that. Jacked up. I think maybe that could work. It's a little plucky thingamajig. That's cool. this other guitar part. All right, cool. Cool. I'm always going to do the first half of that because it'll just be the same. Alright, I think the second half of that, I'm just going to do the whole thing. Okay, guitar, and then this part. Well, probably, yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, that's cool. All right, so we got a bunch of muted guitars going on here, and not a ton going on, but enough. It's enough. So. To be honest with you, I don't know if we're going to keep this. Don't know if we're going to keep that guitar there. But I do know that we're going to record vocals, and we're gonna do that now because that's what's next. So, got the trusty LS208. We are going to throw the 120 high pass filter. Check, 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 check. So, check 1, 2. Check, check, check. What is this? Check. Is this hooked up to a different mic? That is. Ha Hook up to the wrong mic. That means we have just a bunch of random mics laying around. Or not mics, cables. Check 1, 2.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep. Okay. So, this is gonna be gang. We're gonna have a lot of gang vocals on this. Like ethereal type stuff, okay? What we gotta do is, just gonna do this. I know that we're gonna kind of compress each one of these just a little bit. Something like that. All right, and this is where you would have a reverb on this guy, except I don't know if I can do that right now. So we'll just get this one. All right, so if I do like 3 more of these maybe. Okay, so then what we do is we flatten or unpack all these new tracks. Boom, just like that. We gotta do another one. All right, I think this one's gonna be moving. All right, do another one of these. That's a lot. That's high. Unpacked new tracks. We'll do the same thing. Pan, 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 pan. Turn down. I actually think that's probably sufficient, actually. Once you throw some reverb on there and some brightness, some shimmer. We're gonna do a vocal pad here. auto-tune for the win. We'll just duplicate these over. Oh yeah, this is gonna be cool. Boom. Yeah, this is gonna be cool. This is gonna be real cool. Same thing, just gang vocals, dude. That's it. That's it. That's all we gotta do. Like that, we got 4 of those guys. Let's unpack the new tracks. Get them all panned all over the place, like that. Boom shakalaka. A little tiny fade on the end. I'm liking this. This is pretty cool. So then we got these gang vocals, and basically, let's just name them real quick. So gang high 1, gang high 2. All right, there we go. So now we got them all labeled, and what we'll do is we will send them up as a, actually, you know what, we're gonna go ahead and do that because I think I'm just gonna do a quick mix on this. I don't think I'm gonna do like a, this mix is not gonna be like exporting. So gang, vocals, bus. So then what we're gonna do is just compress the whole thing. EQ. Let's get all that out of there, all that out of there. Let's probably even notch some at like this. Let's put some back in now. Use some fresh air. I like just kind of getting him sounding good right away. There we go. Boom. Then we're gonna send them to this guy, which we're gonna call this gang verb. Gang verb. And for this one, it's gotta be realm. I feel like realm is just the best. Just the best. You know, let's do mono to stereo. Mix 100. Sounds nice. Man, maybe I do want to do something different. I don't know. Maybe I want to do spaced out. Let's try spaced out, shall we? So basically what we need to do is just pitch correct everything, which I'm not going to do on video. I'll pitch correct all this stuff, and then we're going to take this and just like duplicate it a bunch of times over here, blah, 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 because I ain't singing that 500 times, because that's not fun. Who wants to do that? And it's going to be in the background. No one's going to know. No one's going to know. All right, what's next? Oh, I don't know what's next. I need to come down for sure.
Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness.
I feel like we're getting pretty dang close to being ready for vocals, to be totally honest with you. Yeah, I just need to kind of like edit that stuff, the guitars, turn them way down, maybe do a little bit something different on them. I don't know, we'll see. But I'm feeling really good about this. All right, so it's time to do vocals. It's just me today, so I'm gonna be just using the Logic Remote app on my phone to control things. I've already gone through and set up the gain, so that way I'm not recording too loud. Again, I go through all this stuff in the recording techniques as far as getting your gain set up properly. So we're gonna just jump right into it. We're gonna see if we can't crank this out as quickly as possible. The way I'm gonna do this is chunk out the verses and choruses, just lead vocals. We'll do a very quick comp on those lead vocals, and then we'll go back and record all of our vocal layers. So we're gonna do doubles, we'll do some octaves and some harmonies. There'll be a fair amount of stuff going on. Just in total, a lot of vocal layers. So without further ado, we're gonna start. So at the very beginning here, if you recall in the original, I am gonna do this. It's gonna be kind of like a telephonic sound of like, step out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight. It'd be like kind of in the distance. So we're gonna start there, start at the top, and then we'll go ahead and jump into the rest. So Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, and I have the vocals up because I'm horrible with vocals or lyrics. Here we go.
Step out to the daylight. Step out to the sunlight. Step out to the daylight. Step out to the sunlight.
I need to turn myself up a little bit here. All right, so that was a little rough at the beginning. Kind of a little bit of a throat thing. I just can never shake this thing. Here we go.
Step out to the sunlight.
All right, the second half of that was better than the rest.
Step out to the sunlight.
All right, I think that was good. So let's do the verse. What are you waiting for? Okay, so I want to make sure the compressor was hitting good. All right, here we go. Verse 1. It's time to rock and roll. And I am going to set up a cycle on here. I'm gonna give myself an extra bar. So I'm gonna give myself an extra bar, so every time the loop comes around, I've got a bar to prepare.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
All right, cool. So then we're gonna go ahead and move the cycle a little bit to the chorus. We're good. All right, so I'm gonna move this to the lead. I'm gonna mute out my vocals here. All right, so lead chorus. Here we go.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
Just realized I made that cycle a little long. Wait, man, the thing that's really tricky about this is when I go falsetto to that, wake up, that note's really hard. That's like right at my break, which makes it really difficult. Here we go.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
All right, so a little cheat. First of all, the nice thing is on those like falsetto parts I was really struggling with, those are circumstances where pitch correction can really save you. The very first thing is that one of the big reasons why I'm not super concerned about it is because there are going to be doubles around, there are going to be octaves, so there's going to be a lot of stuff supporting this. So it's going to be a little bit easier to get away with. It's going to be a little bit easier to get away with just in general. So not ridiculously worried about any of that. So we're going to move on to verse 2. The other thing I'm gonna do is copy over the vocals from chorus 1 into chorus 2. Now, I know a lot of people are gonna be like, that's cheating, you're not actually doing it, but the thing is that this is such a sustained kind of airy vocal that in a way, this chorus, the vocals, while they're important, don't, to me at least, kind of don't need to be the emphasis factor. There doesn't need to be very much difference between chorus 1 and chorus 2. Chorus 3 we will redo, or we'll do individually or differently or whatever. Not, you know what I mean. We're gonna do that separately. All right, so next verse here.
Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
All right, that one felt really good. We're gonna move on to the bridge. Okay. Don't let your fear control who you are. All right, this is the bridge.
Don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth. Don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth.
All right, I'm good with that. Yeah, I'm good with that. So now it's just chorus again. All right, lead chorus, then we'll comp quick, and then we'll be off to the races with doubles and stuff.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
That was totally different what I do.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up.
All right, I think we might be good. I just want to check this one here. I want to do wake wake, wake. I just want to sing that vowel on the word wake a little different. Just want to check that. Cool. All right, so what we need to do right now is do a very quick comp. We're not going to show that. I've talked about comping before. I'm going to go ahead and comp these, just the lead vocals, and then we're going to move on to doubles, octaves, and harmonies, and then the journey of editing, which, you know, takes forever, but it's just a part of it. It'll sound great though. Let's get the comps done and finish this out. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and now do the doubles, octave. So we're going to do doubles, which are just going to be the exact same right now, the chorus. And then we'll do the octaves down. Then we'll do the verse doubles. I think there might be an octave or two. And then we'll come back and do harmonies, and then we'll be done. So, all right, here we go.
Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark, step out from the dark.
All right, so I screwed up that, but we'll try again.
Wake up from the darkness. From the dark, step out from.
Cool. This is the octave. Wake up.
Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark, step out.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna only do the start of those. I'm not gonna do the whole line.
Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark, step out from.
All right, so there's that one. Last one.
From the dark, step out from the.
Okay, got those, guys. I just want to see if we're gonna do anything in the verse.
Time doesn't wait for you.
I think I'm just gonna do the time doesn't wait.
Time doesn't wait for you.
Literally, that's it. Just on time.
Time doesn't wait for you. Time doesn't wait for you.
And I kind of sang that a little bit more. Like airy. Time doesn't wait for you. To just try to get it to where it's gonna cut a little bit more. So like the way you sing is gonna make a very big difference. And you'll probably notice that in the coaching session I did with Anna as well. So it's good stuff. All right, verse 2. Yeah, so we're gonna start on Time Doesn't Wait for You.
Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
I'm gonna just punch in that last little part.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
Boom. All right, the bridge.
Don't
Hi. That's where we're gonna do that one.
you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth.
Boom. That was good. I like it when it goes like this.
You cannot hide from truth.
All right, now we need to do these chorus vocals. Wake up.
Truth.
So high.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up.
Might be nice if I sing it right.
Wake up from the darkness, from the dark.
Okay. Now we gotta do the octaves down again.
Truth. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness, from the dark.
I always love how, like, whenever we do these, all the doubles and octaves and stuff, like when you're tracking it, it doesn't sound that great. Not like it's bad. It sounds good. But once you pan them and start doing the reverb, and anyway, that's where the magic happens.
From the dark.
Okay, doubles are all done, octaves are done. So now it's time for the harmonies. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is, first of all, I'm gonna pan all this junk so that way we can kind of get a better sense for how this is all gonna sound. Right, left, right. We're gonna turn it all way down as well. That's the other thing we're gonna do, because we don't need it so loud right now.
What are you waiting for? What time doesn't wait for you? Wake up.
All right, cool. So that got that. Now we're just gonna start doing some harmonies, which I need to figure out what I want to do. I know I kind of said this before, but I'm not gonna reference the older version of the song. Like, I'm really tempted to be like, oh, well, what did I do before? It's like, no, don't do what I did before. What would I do now? And that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm gonna try to figure out some of the ways of doing it differently.
Wake up from the darkness.
All right, so this is gonna be a high harm. We'll call this high harm right, high harm left. And this is gonna be like a really high harm. High harm. Wake up.
Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna.
Wake up. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up.
wake up.
Wake,
And if I do, what note?
wake up, wake up, wake up.
All right, there it is.
Wake up, wake up.
Hashtag pitch correction for the win.
Oh, time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
I know I jacked up the last one.
Wait for you. Wait. Darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From
Okay, I think that was pretty much it. I need to kind of just comp this just a smidge. One of the other things I'm doing is I am not singing the S on darkness on any of these harmonies or any of these doubles because S's are super problematic when you're editing because if you don't line up your S's, it's like darkness, and you don't want that. I'm only have the S on the lead vocal, everything else, no S's. You don't need it. That S is gonna cut through on the one lead vocal, and that's all we need. Okay, I'm gonna put auto-tune on this because I don't.
wake up from the darkness. From the darkness. From the darkness.
Just want to make sure I got these notes all right here.
Wake up. Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the wake up from the darkness. From
All right, cool. So that's like the high one, and pretty happy with that. Let's make sure 3.5. Let's turn these down.
wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up.
All right, so we need to figure out another one here. Oops.
Wake up from the darkness.
Don't need that. All right, so now I just need to figure out what we want to do.
Wake up.
All right, let's see what that's.
Wake up from the darkness.
From the dark.
From the darkness.
It's tricky, tricky. It's hard because I kind of have a little bit of a leap in there that makes it really tricky.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Oh, there we go. Maybe I'll. Wake up.
Wake up from the darkness.
Just want to make sure I'm not duplicating these harmonies with other stuff.
Wake up from the darkness. From the darkness. From the dark.
Man, sometimes harmonies can be tricky. Wake up.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness.
You know what? Maybe that's it. That's all I can do. So we're just gonna do low harm right, low harm left. Now I just need to make sure I don't forget the notes. Okay, here we go.
Oh, time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up.
All right, that's pretty much it.
Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the.
Yep, that's pretty much it. All right, so then we just need to do the last chorus.
Wake up from the darkness. From the darkness.
Yeah, so that'll have to be a little bit different. Turn the auto-tune off on these guys, because that's not fun.
Wake up.
Wake up! Oh my gosh, that's so high! Wake up!
Truth. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness.
Yeah, so that's gonna have to be different. From the darkness.
From the darkness.
From the darkness.
From the darkness. From the.
Boom, just like that. It's gonna be cool.
From the darkness. From.
My goodness. I shall need to have some hot tea when this is all done.
Wake up from.
Okay. So that means all the choruses are done, I believe. Want to just double check our work. Okay, got a lot of stuff here.
Wake up
Aha, so then we need to do verse, harm, high.
Light, come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
All right, so this will actually be low harmonies, I think.
Time doesn't wait for you. Time doesn't wait for you. Time doesn't wait for you.
All right.
What are you waiting on? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
All right, I think the only thing I need to redo is.
Time doesn't wait for you. Time doesn't wait for you.
Shoot, is that right?
Time doesn't wait for you.
Forgot. I already forgot it.
Time doesn't wait.
Yep, that's right. Let's make that one go right. Time doesn't wait for you. All right.
Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
All right. Let's see if I want another. I don't know if I want another one. This sounds really good.
Time doesn't wait for you. Time doesn't wait for you.
Time.
Time doesn't wait.
Time doesn't wait for you. Did I just do it in octave?
Time doesn't wait for you.
Okay, there are three things going on there. That was unintentional. Time doesn't wait for you. I need to figure out what the heck is going on. I do need to redo that. Time doesn't wait for you. Time doesn't wait for you.
Time doesn't wait for you.
Then I need that one.
Time doesn't wait for you. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
So that is going to be a high one.
Doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you hoping for?
we do that. What are you waiting for?
Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
There we go. Just less motion, less notes to potentially clash with each other. I think that we are done. So that took like an hour and 40 minutes to do the whole thing, I think. And as you can see, we have a crap load of vocals now. So now what we're gonna do is go ahead and comp all of the doubles and the harmonies, and then we are going to take care of editing, vocal line, which would be like time alignment and all that stuff, whether you're using vocal line or whether you're using the scissor tool. I've talked about both in the course. So we're gonna get that done, and then we're gonna go ahead and give you access to the recording so you can hear how this sounds once we finish that. We'll see you there. All right, so the production is done and we are ready to mix. So we got all the vocals recorded. We had that little punch in that we had to do here at this verse, which I literally just got done doing because it's the last thing I wanted to do before we actually get into the mix. So what I want to do right now is we're going to play it top to bottom, front to beginning, start to top, however you want to put it. We're going to listen to how it sounds. And then we're gonna start walking through a little bit of what to expect, okay? We're gonna walk through all the elements that we have so far. We're gonna kind of break down the arrangements so far. We're gonna listen to how this sounds before we actually mix this. Now, what I wanna kind of start with is that there's a lot of stuff in here that might already sound mixed, right? So a lot of these sound design elements that we did with the pianos, for example, already sound mixed because we already did the sound design. That was just a part of the actual production process. So this is where, mixing and producing start kind of overlapping a little bit. When you're at the tail end of producing a song, you will notice I have vocal processing on this. We're gonna take it all off though, because I wanna start from scratch and I don't really want this demo, if you will, to be influencing how I actually go about the vocal mix, okay? There are some things I don't like about it already, and we can even talk about that. But what I wanna do is take a listen to how everything sounds so far, and we're gonna kind of take a little bit of a zoomed out approach as far as what to do with this mix, what things I'm noticing, what things I'm thinking about as being most important to tackle. And then what we're gonna see if we can do is see if we can nail out a mix in just a couple hours. And we're gonna do this in 30-minute chunks. So I'm gonna take a 30-minute section, I'm gonna mix, I'm gonna take a break, give my ears a little bit of a breather, I'll come back, mix for 30 minutes, take a break, take a breather, and so on until we get this whole thing done. Now, let's go ahead and take a listen to the whole thing, start to finish. And as you are listening, just be thinking about what things you would do in this circumstance. What things need work, what things sound great as it is, and what things do you think first and foremost would be like, okay, we gotta do this, we gotta do this, we gotta do this, and we'll start talking about that. So let's just go ahead and listen top to bottom here.
Step out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up, control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
Okay. There's a lot of good stuff in here. So one of the things I noticed is I have not yet put together some of these piano parts into regions. So one region. So I'm going to join these real quick because one of the things I noticed is that this last chorus I do not have. I forgot to duplicate a couple things that I wanted to move over. And I'm going to do that now so I don't forget. So this is a good time. And I do recommend always doing this before you get mixing, is just listen through, you know, and just be thinking about everything that's happening. And one of the things I noticed is we lost all this pluck sounds in that last chorus. So what I'm going to do is make sure that we don't lose those. So grab all those and listen to the different stuff. Okay. And then the same thing with these guitars.
From the darkness. Wake.
Cool. And you know, it's funny because I always tend to notice these little things, right, when I'm just about to mix. And so this is why we do it. This is why I do it. I don't like just jumping and be like, okay, we're done, cool, let's jump into mix. Like, I like to just take a look and be like, okay, is there anything I'm missing here? And one of the things I notice is like I've got this little arpeggiated thing that goes like, it happens in the verse, and this is a good thing that I realized arrangement-wise would be great to have at the end. So I'm gonna do that.
Wake up from the darkness.
All right, so it's just that. I do not know why my editor window is not wanting to cooperate with me. And you know, the cool thing we could do is actually process that slightly different once we actually get to this last chorus and maybe put on a new track. So these are some things that we'll be doing. So generally speaking, there are a handful of things I'm thinking. First of all, you'll notice that I did mute out this lead guitar. This is what we recorded early on. I'm not going to have it in. I think it sounds better without it. I think it just added a little bit too much grit, and it kind of pushed against that more clean kind of sound. I feel like we already have enough grit with the bass the way it is and the drums the way it is. So overall, this is kind of how I want to tackle this specific mix. I want to tackle it in chunks of 4, really. So chunk 1 would be drums, and that is, I really want to, first of all, make sure these drums feel a little bit more roomy. The drums sound great, like overall, like if you listen to these drums, they sound really, really good. Verse 2. Sound really good. So what we want to do is create a drum bus, which I'm going to do in Logic with track stacks. You could do drum bus, track stacks. I've talked about all this in the mixing module. And what I'm going to do is try to kind of start processing this all together, getting it sound a little more gluey,
It sounds really good right now. There's not a whole lot I feel like I need to do on the drums. And I do have some presets that I had created for my specific kit, and we'll walk through those once we get to the drum portion. So you know what's happening kind of under the curtain, because you can see the processing that's happening here. There is a fair amount happening. But on the snare sample, there's just a little bit of stuff, not a lot. Kick sample, just a little bit of boot punch on the low end, and on the floor, tom and stuff like that, there's literally no plugins there yet. So we'll walk all through that, but the drums are one thing I want to tackle independently. The bass is the next thing I want to tackle. And I'm going to kind of put drums and bass together. I tend to like mixing them at the same time, so we're really tackling these at the same time. The next thing I want to go through is start working through all of the plucked elements. So that'd be the plucked pianos here, the more rhythmic elements. We've got this kind of main piano here. That definitely is going to need some processing on it. Certainly some compression, maybe a little bit of a room verb, things like that. Probably need to give it some shine with some EQ. Make it not sound quite so raw, but I kind of like the rawness. I just want it to feel like it's getting a little bit more of a compressed squeeze. So I'll probably reorder these tracks too, so this is making a little bit more sense. Like some of these elements in here, I feel like should really be higher up in here, but we'll kind of reorder those once we get going for the mix and organizing things, getting things all ready to go. So that's the next thing. And then I want to work on all these kind of ethereal elements. So that would be all of, you know, this kind of stuff. Okay, so all that stuff I'm going to kind of work on together, get it all balanced out, make sure the textures and the colors and all that stuff are working well together, and then we're going to do vocals, okay? And so one of the things I like doing is I like putting these all in sections with track stacks. You can do, again, with buses are fine if you're not using Logic. And this is going to allow me to really focus on these things, these components, and then when it comes to blending everything together, we're working with fewer faders. Anything I can do to make the job easier on myself is what we want to do, especially when you're wanting to get something accomplished very, very quickly. So I'm also just going to just do a couple little cleanup things. I'm going to, all of these kind of audio regions, I'm going to join all of them, so there's no individual pieces like this. There's no cut up pieces like we have down here. Just get things cleaned up and ready to go for the mix, so things are just organized a little bit better. I will probably go through and rename. You can see piano pluck 1, and then piano pluck low. So I'm going to rename some things, get things so that we know exactly what they are. I'll probably go through and color code a little bit differently as well. And more or less just try to make it so that things can operate a lot more smoothly in terms of the whole mix. Now, if you have watched the mixing session that I did on Ocean Eyes, then you will know that on that specific track, I actually exported everything out and then I mixed it in a completely different session. I am not going to do that with this specific production. The reason is because my workflow changes. I don't have like a set workflow. There are ways of doing different things, and so I do want to show you how I mix when I'm mixing in the same project as just the produced project, okay? So what I will do, however, is create a new project alternative. So you could just save this as a new file. So wake up, we're just gonna call this mix, okay? And by doing this, I am making it so I am taking a saved version of this, which is the produced version, and then I can then have the mixed version. And so what's gonna be nice about that is we can actually go back to the produced version and hear the difference between what I have here and what I do with the mix. So I'm just gonna say this, it's not gonna be radically different. It will sound better for sure, but this is already sounding really great. So the rough mix that I have here is already sounding quite nice. It's more subtle stuff that we're gonna be tackling and making sure every individual piece is where it should be. So with all of that said, we're gonna go ahead and get things cleaned up. I'm gonna rename some things. I'm not gonna do that on camera just because I've done that before with Ocean Eyes. So if you wanna see how I organize a session, you can go watch the Ocean Eyes mix session. On this one, like I said, I told you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna clean it up, rename, color code, all that stuff. And we'll be back in just a little bit to actually start tackling the first mix session. Let's do it. Mix session number 1. Let's rock and roll. Let's get going. Let's see how quickly we can do this. So normally where I would start would be getting all of my faders where they need to be. But I'm gonna approach this a little bit differently. And again, like I mentioned, I do things different almost every mix. There's not like one specific structure that you need to follow necessarily, but there are principles along the way that we're gonna need to do. We are obviously going to need to get the faders all set to where they need to be set to. However, one of the very first things I wanna do is actually start really getting the drums and the bass sounding how I want them to sound right away. And we can adjust them with really 2 faders. That's what we're gonna end up doing. Okay, so I'm gonna show you how. So if you're not working in Logic, what you would wanna do is you'd want to grab all of your drums. In this particular case, probably don't need to grab any of this intro stuff. These are like intro drums, we'll call that. Intro, the verby type stuff, okay? Not gonna worry too much about that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab the swell all the way up into the overhead mics, all of these, okay? And then I'm going to create a track stack. Now, if you are not using Logic, what you would do is you would just send them as an output to a bus. So instead of having your stereo output here, you would send them to your bus, okay? So you'd send them to bus 13, they call that drum bus, and then that way that bus is literally where all this is going to, and again, I've talked about all this in the mixing module. So if you've not watched the mixing module, I really recommend you go through the mixing module before you dig into this mix session. But what I'm gonna do is create a track stack because that is the best way of doing it in Logic in my opinion. So this is gonna be the drum bus, okay? And it automatically does this. So you can now see bus 5 is actually where all of this stuff is going. Okay, and it's because the track stack is just a bus. Okay, so now if we solo the track stack, there we go. That's what we got. So from here, we can start kind of processing this whole thing out. So what I want to do first and foremost is actually just show you what the kit sounded like first. And we've already shown you this, but now I actually have a preset created for each of these. So what I want to do is show you what this all sounds like with none of this stuff on presets. Okay, now obviously it's quieter. I could turn the fader up to just get the volume up a little bit more here. Okay. So that sounds good. So the first thing I did, and this is the overhead mic, is and then again, this is a preset that I created, okay? So this is just something that I know is gonna sound good on my specific kit. I'm gonna kind of walk this through. So I cut off a little bit around 80 hertz because I really don't need any of that low kick on the overhead mic. This was that main mic. I am gonna cut out a little bit at 200 for the snare. Yep. So, and the reason is because that snare sample is going to have more of that punch. I put a compressor on here. Let's see what this compressor is doing. Let's just create a loop here. Off. On. As you can see, we're only doing about 1 to 2 dB of compression, but we have a ratio of 8 to 1, which means it's pushing down harder and it's giving it a little bit more of a glue, and I have a really slow release on this, okay? The next thing I did is I had a console EQ, and this is actually pushing right at 220, so I think I was kind of putting it back in. Without, with. Without. So it actually has some mid-range to it, and I added some drive, and this is gonna give it a little bit more of that crunch on it, which sounds really nice. And the last thing I did on this preset is I have Parallel Aggressor, which is a baby audio plugin. Off. On. So it is subtle, but it is adding a little bit more heat to it than anything else. And on the kick here, let's go to the kick. The first thing I did is compress. I think at this point I would realize the mic was a little too close on the kick. Let's go to verse 2. Okay, now on the EQ here, I did roll off right around 60. Just because we don't need all that rumble. And then I did add a plug-in here for EQ at about 4,800, 4,500 hertz, not adding any low end. Okay, none of that stuff. And actually, it looks like I did put a little bit more of a cut on the 50 hertz.
This is making a really significant difference. So this one is probably the most significant plugin on this particular chain here. And you can hear it's adding that snap to that kick. So listen without it. And on. So that is how that sounds, and here's with the whole kit. Okay, cool. So what I want to do right now that we kind of went through that whole thing, I know I went through that really fast. Again, we kind of go through all this stuff in more detail in other lessons. I don't want to waste too much time on this since we do want to mix this as quickly as possible. We're going to go ahead and throw in our kick and our snare sample. And right now, all I'm going to do is get the blend of volume perfect. So I'm going to turn these all the way off. I'm going to start with the kick here. Way too loud. Okay, I think I like that right there. So minus 10 dB, give or take. And you could tell what I was doing. I was pushing until it was too loud, till it was too quiet, and I was turning it on and off, kind of doing an A-B, making sure am I actually hearing this how I want to hear it. Now let's do the snare sample. That's way too loud. Okay, I want to turn these plugins off on the snare sample. Okay, so what I'm doing here on the snare sample is I'm adding some spanking heat on this with the parallel aggressive. This is parallel compression. So let's listen before and after. Off. On. Really subtle, but it's adding a little bit of an extra smack on it. The console EQ, yeah, I'm adding a little bit 220, same thing I did earlier. Yep, so this is adding some mid-range to it. One thing I do think I want to try is adding transient master to see if I can get some sustain on this. Without, with, without, with. Yeah, I think I like that. It just kind of carries it out a little bit longer, and I think I do like that. Okay. Now let's get these toms where they need to be. So I just want to kind of, but yeah, let's get these toms where they need to be. So floor tom. Yep, like that. So again, all we're kind of worried about right now is volume. Let's get this fill in here, the middle tom. Yeah, I feel like I had to push that kind of hard to get it where I needed it to be. Okay, now as far as these toms go, you know, we could process them a little bit more, but honestly, like I think they sound pretty good. Yeah, maybe we could just get a little bit of a fatness on it with some compression here. Let's do 1176 compressor.
Let's just listen to this. Just realized there's a little bit of pop there. Yeah, this is clipping a little bit, huh? Let's see how this sounds without it. With. It's subtle, but it does add a little bit of something. Yeah, I feel like the toms are not like a massive part of this. It's more just there for that texture, so I don't need them to be super boomy or super thumpy or any of that stuff. So I think we got that all good. Let's just make sure our crashes are where they need to be. Let's just solo this out. Yeah, I mean, I kind of got a little bit of a rough mix on these. Cool, and that's pretty much it. The only other thing would be that swell at the end. Cool. So from here, what we're going to do is see if we can get the room sounding a little bit nicer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the drum bus to a drum reverb. I already had one made here, it looks like. Must have been when I was kind of messing around with some stuff. And we're going to use chroma verb, which is the one I typically use. Really short decay, under a second. Let's go to the verse where it's a little more just straight up rhythm. There's a little bit of something that's kind of, not really sure. We'll just do, let's just try a couple different room options here. Yeah, so if we listen to this without the reverb, this is verse without. With it on, 3, 2, 1, and. I like that a lot. I honestly think the only other thing I might do on this is send this to a little bit of drum distortion, which again, it looks like I already had created one. All it is a decapitator. And let's just listen to how this sounds. Turn way down all the way. Yeah, so this adds a nice sizzle to it. So all I'm doing is adding a little bit of distortion on this bus. Here's without it. And with it. Nice.
just like that, the drums sound awesome. I think we've only been going for, 15 minutes and we've already got this sounding super, super good. So again, we record these drums really well, right? Even though it's 2 mics, these drums sounded really nice. That snare sample, that kick sample just took it all the way to another level. The floor sample, the mid-tom sample, the crash samples, all of those are just taking this whole thing to the next level. And then from there, it's really about getting a good squeeze, getting any sort of EQ that you need on it. And in this particular case, even now, like there's just not a ridiculous amount of stuff that we needed to do. And then from here, it's about getting that drum bus sounding good. So we're talking about a little bit of reverb, getting a little bit of distortion on it. And as of right now, I'm gonna be honest, like my temptation is to put some more plugins on the drum bus itself. I just don't think that we really need a whole lot. The only thing that I can think that we would need on this would be some sort of a compressor that would be more of like this type of compressor, which is a drum, like more of a bus compressor, if you will. So let's just kind of throw this on here and see if we even need it in the first place. Actually, no, this is not what I want. I actually think I might just go with a Logic one here. Keep it super simple, probably like an FET. Really not crazy ratio. We're gonna turn auto gain off. No, I think I'm just not going to do it. Even then, like I just felt like it was taking away some of the energy, even with a really slow attack or really slow release, still just taking away a little bit of that energy. And I like that energy that we have so far in the percussion. So I honestly think the only thing I could maybe do on here that would be worth doing is looking at parallel aggressor, just because it tends to actually retain a lot of stuff. So. You get a little more smack on that snare with this. I'm just going to leave it as it is. I think that's good right there. So that's drums. Let's tackle the bass now. Okay, so now that we got the drum bus here, we can now control all the drums with a single fader. We'll tackle these intro drums a little later, a little less important right now. But let's take a look at the bass here. So I'm going to move the primary synth bass down here. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking right now. What I'm thinking right now is I want this synth bass to have all that really low stuff, and I want the electric bass. To have more of that sizzle and crunch. So what I'm thinking for the electric bass is, and I think what I'm going to do here is add some distortion on this. I'm thinking just using a little bit of decapitator on the bass itself. Let's just do this one. I'm going to put in the center here just for a little bit. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the channel strip settings here, paste them. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and do the panning here. So let's listen now. That's without the distortion. So let's listen to the context of this once we get into, let's get into this here.
I like that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and create a track stack again, summing, and we're gonna call this bass bus. We're really not gonna do anything with the actual bus itself. Again, the whole purpose is so that way we can just work with one single fader, which we will then tackle a little bit later. So this is just a different way of working. Rather than going through all the instruments and trying to get the perfect balance, I'm gonna balance them within groups of each other, and then we'll go through and then balance everything out in relationship to everything else. Okay, so up next, as far as overall sound and everything that I want to go through all these plucked elements. And so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to put this regular piano in here, the guitars, and then the plucks. So I'm just going to call this, I'm literally going to call this Pluck's bus, key pluck bus, okay? Actually, we're just going to call it the Pluck bus because there are actually some other things in here like guitar. So we're going to call this the Pluck bus. Really, really good name, right? All right, so let's go ahead and get things sounding great. Okay, I feel like volume-wise is good. Good. Sweet. So what we need to do right now, and I'm going to do it now because it's fresh on my mind, is I really want to get this kind of regular piano sound here. Not sounding so cheesy. Not cheesy, just not, it needs some work. So we're going to do 2A compressor. There's some kind of mid-rangey thing that we need to cut out of here. Let's listen to the context of the whole thing here. You know what, I don't know if it's so much of a cut as much as it just needs some extra something on it. So we could go fresh air, that's a good one. Okay, I'm gonna do that as one option. The other one is Sound Toys. SciQ is a really good EQ plugin. I like this one a lot. So this radiator is basically a preamp simulator. It can add some heat and it can really do some good job. It can do a really good job of just adding some really good stuff to it. So I'm going to change it. So you can hear it immediately gets rid of some of this kind of wonky mid-range on it just by turning this on. So listen. So if we just turn this effect rack all the way off just entirely here. On. Really brightens up that sound. So let's just listen in the context of this bus. Cool, so I think the next thing is honestly is just to get this in a little bit of a reverb space, thinking like realm with a much, much smaller decay. Sounds good. I think I am going to turn up the piano in this section. So this is where we do need to automate a little bit. So there's just this whole little section here. Uh-oh, is there a little pop here? Don't want that, friends. Let's just cut that out. Out of fade. Got to keep an eye out for those little things too. If you ever see those little pops, you gotta get rid of them. All right, cool. Let me see. I think these guitars sound pretty good. Yep. Because we already have some processing on those. Cool, so I think right now it's kind of a good stopping point. Got the piano processed the way I want. I feel like things are driving a little bit here. What I want to tackle next are these piano plucks, which we're going to pick up in the next session. Let's do it. All right, so we are back at it. Took a little bit of a breather. We're going to attack these piano plucks. And I've kind of wrestled between wanting these to sound more raw and wanting these to sound more processed. And I'm not really sure exactly which way I want to go with this. So we're going to kind of play around with it a little bit. So first thing I want to do is I just want to listen to the context here a little bit. One thing I'm going to do actually real quick is I'm going to group these together. Plucked piano. Okay. That way if I do something with one, it'll do it to all of them in terms of the faders. So first things first, I just want to solo these out and just listen to them. Okay. Let's just try a little bit of compression first. I really don't feel like they need a whole lot of there's no subtractive EQ that needs to happen. It sounds really good to me. So let's just do. Okay, so let's copy this over. little bit more volume, that way it got a little more room. Okay, man, I just like this. I like the tone on this a lot. So one thought I had was, oops, nope, it's not what I wanted to do. One thought that I had was to just add some sizzle on these. And one of the ways I like doing that is with the tube EQ. Let's listen to the before and after. Yeah. I think the next thing I want to do is send these to a bus here. I'm going to do bus 30. Here we go, bus 30. We're going to call this, oops, MIDI keys verb. And we're going to send 100% to it. And what I want to do is, whoops, let's do just mono to stereo here. I just want to see how we can get the sounding here. Let's do a shorter decay. There we go. Kind of curious. I know we already have a reverb on the piano, but I am a little curious to hear how this sounds. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan. Never know till you try sometimes. I think that sounds great. Let's go to soft bridge. So these pianos here, I am curious how these would sound going through this reverb. There we go. All right, I think the next thing we need to do is some compression. So I'm gonna do a 2A. Compressor, and actually I didn't want to do it on both, but that's okay. I'll do it on one, and then we'll... And I actually think having this vintage EQ on here again. Yep. I'm going to turn up this piano here because this is really cool, that grinding. There we go. All right, so on this piano here, yeah, we need to get some more makeup on that. The other thing I think I'm gonna do is add some width on this. And I've talked about it before, but thermal is really good for adding some stereo width. So width, it's super wide. There we go. Cool. All this stuff is sounding really good. So, pretty sure I'm happy with that. Good. All right, let's tackle the higher up stuff. So this is pretty much all of the ethereal keyboards, pianos, all of this stuff. Okay, we're gonna call this track stack. We're gonna call this Moody keys. We'll just call it that. It's big yellow. All right, so now what we've got is keys, pluck, bass, drums, and then we'll go ahead and actually create a track stack here as well. We're gonna call this intro perk. Let's color this guy that color. All right. All right, cool, cool, cool. So, the Moody keys, that's what we're gonna tackle now, and we're gonna see if we can't get all of this to sound great. Let's start at the very top, I think, and man, this all sounds really good. I think the sound design on this sounds really good. I kind of want to see how this would sound if I had a little bit of a different reverb on here. So 100% there. I'm kind of thinking maybe audio's spaced out just because it sounds so good. I'm gonna do 100% wet, 100% on reverb only, Stardust up because it's awesome. Let's go ahead and send a couple of other things there as well. 31. 31. We're gonna call this Moody verb. Okay, so let's just mute out the verb here. Here's with it on. All right, so one thing I'm gonna do is between this, this is on that lead kind of dun 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 dun. I am going to, oh, interesting. I'm not really sure. I might need to cheat this out a little bit. Where is it? Want to add some width on that guy. Well, we might just do it a different way. Modulation, no. Oh my gosh, where is it? Spreader. It's kind of weird. It doesn't really feel like it's doing a whole heck of a lot. Don't really understand that. So this might, I'm not sure why it's not giving me that option. Huh. Uh-oh, sounds like something happened. Da, 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 da. There we go. Uh-oh. Something went wrong here. It's a good thing I caught that, because I just... Yeah, I want this arpeggiated thing to be louder for sure. Love that moment. All right, so these filtered high piano, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna copy this over because, verse 2, because I have a little bit of an idea for this, and that is to throw it into movement instead, and see if we can come up with something kind of cool with this. Let's see what we can do. And this plugin's so hit or miss, to be completely honest with you. Simple. Maybe we run it through that and then run it through spaced out instead. I'm kind of curious. Sounds more unique. Yeah, I think this is sounding really great. This is sounding really, really great. We're gonna move on to the gang vocals now real quick. It should not take long at all. All right,
first things first, just every time I'm gonna hit it with a 2A compressor, 4:1 ratio. Pretty good. EQ, I'm just gonna roll off everything below like 150. We just do not need it. So let's go up to here. That sounds pretty great. Just gonna try out oxygen and then maybe fresh air, see if we can't get some sizzle on it. Sweet. I actually think I just like that. I'm just gonna stick with that. Just quick moves, quick moves. Let's try Realm, and then I might try out Spaced Out instead. We'll see. Sounds good. I'm gonna try Spaced Out. We're gonna compare around to Spaced Out. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with Realm on this one. This is a little brighter, a little more coming out. I think I like that. Maybe a little loud.
love it. Man, sounding real good. So check that out. We are mostly there. And now pretty much all we need to do now is the vocal processing, which I already have a very good idea of what I want to do. So it's just a matter of putting together a good vocal chain, getting that put together, and then we're going to need to automate a bunch of the reverbs and delays and stuff like that to get these vocals sounding super good. I think 1 or 2 more sessions and we should be done on this thing. So well done, fam. We'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome to the 3rd mix session. And we're going to see if we can't get this pretty much entirely done in this one. So let's get off to the races. We're gonna work on vocals now. I have 2 different track stacks, one's for the verse, one for the chorus. The verse vocal also has the bridge included in it. The intro vocal here is this, which we are gonna pretty much start all over because honestly, I don't really like, remove all effects, there we go. Don't really like how this vocal is sounding, to be completely honest with you. So we're gonna tackle the intro vocal a little later, I think, and to be honest with you, I'm still on the fence about whether I even want to have it. So we're gonna go straight to the verses here. So we're gonna go ahead and mute out these vocals that we're not interested in. So we're only gonna be looking at the verse vocals. So the very first thing we wanna do is get a vocal chain on the lead vocal, which may be similar in the chorus. I think that we'll probably start it similar, but then we'll go about the reverb and maybe some EQ a little bit different on the lead. So first and foremost, let's just listen to this raw.
Step out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight, don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
What I'm gonna do is turn everything down by about 3 dB here. This is why you do track stacks and buses, because you just move 4 faders and boom, we got it.
Step out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight, don't hide from the truth, come on out.
Now, one thing I know is that I don't have a whole lot of automation I'm gonna need to do on this. I did run this through a compressor on the way in, which helps a very significant amount. So the very first thing I want to kind of tackle is
step out into the daylight.
See if there's any EQ that we are going to need to actually do on this. And to be honest with you, I don't know if there's too much.
Step out into the sunlight, don't hide from the truth, come on out.
Man, that sounds really good.
What are you waiting for?
Yeah, there's a little harshness in the, I think, 1K range.
What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
Yeah, I think that'll probably help just a little bit to just notch that out. We don't need to do a filter. We already had a filter running in. This is a pretty bright microphone that we used. So the next thing that we're gonna do is just go ahead and add a compressor. I really like this Platinum Digital one, which is the Logic one. I do talk about this in the mixing module. So let's just go ahead and get this hitting.
Step out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight, don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
That sounds really good. That sounds really good. We're gonna go ahead and de-S this next. And I go through my vocal chain that I love. This is pretty much the one I'm doing. I go through that in the mixing course as well. I usually like going with just a nice wideband.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait.
Time.
Time doesn't wait for you. 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 What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
There we go.
gonna compress this again, and this time I'm gonna use a different type of compressor. I kind of like the idea of...
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
So I did put a little bit of distortion on this, a soft distortion. I think that's gonna help just give it a little bit of an extra pop.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
Nice. I think the next thing I want to do here is see how smooth operator would sound. I just want to see if I can add a little extra something in here, in the mid-range especially, get this sounding a little more mid-range heavy. We don't need to, yeah.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping?
Yeah, this sounds really good. So then from here, we're gonna go ahead and start going after our vocal processing with the reverb and delay and some other stuff, which I'm not really gonna go... Yeah, I think I'm just gonna focus on verse 1, because I think verse 2 I actually think I might approach verse 2 differently in total. One thing I wanna do here is I'm gonna copy this chain and throw it on here, and now I'll just have to turn these way down.
Time doesn't wait for you.
There we go, yeah.
Time doesn't wait for you.
That sounds really, really good already.
What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't.
All right, so let's go ahead. Let's do bus 14. This will be the long Vox. We'll call this the mid Vox verb. We're gonna create another one. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna do Comeback Kid directly on here. So Comeback Kid is my go-to for delays, especially if I wanna automate them.
Step out into the daylight.
Step out into the daylight. So.
The daylight. Step to the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide. Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out.
All right, so we're gonna have a couple different things going on here, I think. So the first thing is Comeback Kid. Now that I'm thinking about this, I think I'm gonna do this differently. Sometimes you just gotta process through what you wanna do. Let's do the reverb quick here. A Realm, it's my all-time favorite. I just love Realm so much. I don't know why I always do mono. Mono to stereo, since this is on a bus. All right, I'm gonna do like a 3-second delay. It's kind of my go-to on stuff like this. And blend this in.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out.
And I'm gonna increase this.
Come on out.
So we'll automate that up.
Come on out.
And I think what I want to do is make this into the vocal throw, vox throw on the word come on out.
Truth, come on.
Come on out, come on out. So we're gonna do comeback kid, one. Come on out, come on. So this will be that 0.
Come on out, come on out, come on out.
Yep. So we'll do this, wider, richer.
Come on out, come on out.
No, I don't think we want to cut that much.
Truth, come on out. Come on out.
Yeah, and I think that we're gonna want to just actually process this completely on its own.
Come on out. Come on out. Come on out. What are you waiting on?
Just gonna mix this very lightly.
Come on out. What are you waiting? Come on out. The sunlight, don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
Sounds really good.
Step out into the daylight. Step out.
So yeah, I think I want to have comeback kid on. No. That's not what I want to do. Not what I want to do. So I am gonna do another bus here with comeback kid on it. And this one is gonna be vox delay quarter note. So this will be a quarter note delay, 0 on the out for dry, 100% wet.
The daylight. Out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight.
Or we want to really bring that feedback down.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into.
I'm gonna put a reverb after this. Do a high cut. And we're gonna automate this.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
Yeah, so we'll need to automate this. Let's go through here.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight.
Yep, so we're gonna do latch, bring us down.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
I like that.
Step out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
I'm gonna put a little bit of distortion on this delay here.
Truth, come on out. What are you waiting? Come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
All right, I'm gonna send these guys over there.
Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
Nice, let's go into verse 2.
Step out from the darkness. Step into the light. Come.
Yeah, so we're gonna wanna latch this guy as well. Let's go ahead and do this.
Step out from the darkness. Step into the light. Come on down.
You know what, we're gonna redo that.
Step out from the darkness. Step into the light. Come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the bridge.
Don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much good.
Don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on.
I'm satisfied with that. We don't need a whole lot more than that. I do want to add another vocal throw on here.
Step out from the darkness. Step into the light. Come on down. Light, come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you.
All right, I just want to go back and listen just to verse 1 and see how things are sounding.
Step out into the daylight. Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up.
Awesome. I like that. So I'm gonna copy the channel settings of the vocal on the verse into the vocal in the chorus, so this one. However, what we're gonna change is, I don't want this to go to that delay. We're gonna go to a long chorus vox reverb. I said delay, I meant reverb. And then I don't want it going to that delay. So we're gonna go send this reverb to spaced out, since that's kind of the one that I like for these ethereal kind of vocals, 100%.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark. From the dark.
All right, we're cutting out all the lows.
Up from the darkness. From the dark. Step out from the darkness.
All right, so all these vocals are running through that reverb.
You wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From
So we're gonna go ahead and copy some of these settings. I think the one other thing I wanna do, oops. I wanna add more shimmer on these vocals, which I think we're gonna do on the, just on the whole thing, on the whole bus. We're gonna, a little bit of soft, not reverb, compression.
wake up from the darkness. Wake up.
Got that there. And then what I'm gonna do this is, I was thinking maybe fresh air.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness.
Uh-oh, these are supposed to be going to bus 4. Not sure how that happened. These are going to the wrong bus. Chorus box, here we go. There we go, that'll make a difference.
Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
Part of me wonders what this would sound like if I just sent the whole bus. You don't know until you try it.
Wake up
So I'm just gonna, honestly, I think I'm just gonna add these left, right, left, right, left, right. We gotta rebalance these now.
Down. Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down. Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for?
I wonder what would happen. I kind of want to see if I could dry this up for verse 2.
Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down.
Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is, yeah, we're gonna automate this. I want to bring it down quite a bit.
Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for?
I think that's good.
Step out from the darkness, step into the light, come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
Okay, I think we have one more little session here we're gonna do, and we're just gonna basically make sure everything is balanced out and get this ready for mastering, and we will be done. Okay, so we have basically gotten this whole thing mixed as far as vocals processed. Everything's been processed. So now what we're gonna do is, there's actually one last thing I wanna automate, and that is this outro here. I want to automate all of these effects out, so that's gonna go like this.
From the dark.
Just out on the word dark. We're gonna shut this guy off. So, or just turn it off basically. So we're gonna turn this on to read, long chorus verb. We're gonna latch, actually, you know what? Let's do this.
From the dark. From the dark.
Might fade it up.
The dark. From the dark.
Let's try it this way, but then I'll need to automate everything else as well.
From the dark.
Go.
From the dark.
It sounds to me like there's still something.
From the dark.
Ah, that mute verb. Where's that guy? Muted keys.
From the darkness. From the dark.
There we go. I want to just end, just abrupt. Let's listen to this in context. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's cool. I love it when things end like that. So now what we're gonna do is take off the stuff on here. I know I didn't really talk much about this. There's not much to it apart from I'm just using it to get a little bit more volume, very little compression. At the loudest part, you know, maybe 3 to 5 dB, but it's a very, very slow compression, so it's very gluey. I'm using a clipper just to shave off the peaks and then a limiter just to get a little bit more volume. We're gonna take all that off because we're not gonna use that for any of the final mix. So what we're gonna do now is turn everything down by a lot, okay? So we're gonna try to get this to -6. This is always my least favorite part, just to be completely honest with you. This is my least favorite part of the entire thing. I hate turning stuff down. It's so sad whenever I turn stuff down. It's very, very sad. Okay, so what we're gonna do is turn everything down currently, so 1.3. So let's turn everything down like by 6 dB. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.3. That'd be 7.3 minus 7.3. Oops. I always try to do the math in my head. Minus 7.3. Roughly. Not gonna be there. Well, that's fine. All right, we'll turn these guys all down. All the ones, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.0. Then we're gonna have a lot of room. I mean, -5, -4.7 for the loudest parts. I'm pretty okay with that. So then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna turn my headphones up just so I can get a little bit more volume. And then that way we're gonna go through and we're gonna just make sure that everything is where it needs to be. So we're gonna start from the top here and make sure everything's where it needs to be. I realized we never talked about this intro vocal that I did.
Step out into the daylight.
So the more I think about it, the more I'm not a big fan of it. I think we're just gonna leave it out and focus on just the instrumental. So I think what we're gonna do here is actually turn up the Moody strings, automate these guys up.
Step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth. Come on out. What are you waiting for?
Gotta get a little more reverb.
What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness.
So those chorus vocals are really loud.
Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark, step out from the darkness. Step into the
This is-
from the dark, step out from the darkness. Step out from the darkness. Step into the light. Come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark. Don't let
Just gonna get a little more volume on that part.
Don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
Sweet, I'm just gonna turn everything down a couple more. So just like 2 more dB. 10, 11. Turn these. All right, turn the gang vocals, keys, drums, 9, 10, 11.2. 7.6. All right, let's.
From the darkness.
There you have it, friends. I would say that's pretty darn good. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to sleep on this. I will come back tomorrow and then I'm gonna see how my ears have adjusted as I sleep on it. We'll come back, and if there are any adjustments, we'll turn on the cameras and we'll let you know of any adjustments. Other than that, I will be going ahead and preparing myself mentally to get this mastered, and my lights went out. So that's the cue. We'll see you in the next one, or we'll start talking about mastering. At the time of recording this course, I didn't handle any of my own mastering like I do now. So I brought on Sam Moses, who was my mastering engineer previously before I did mastering myself. I was indeed happy with the mix. So now I'm going to show you the final production so you can hear the results.
Step out into the daylight, step out into the sunlight. Don't hide from the truth, come on out. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark. Step out from the darkness. Step into the light. Come on down. Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. What are you waiting for? What are you hoping for? Time doesn't wait for you. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark. Don't let your fear control who you are. Don't hide, come on out into the light. You cannot hide from truth. Wake up from the darkness. Wake up from the darkness. From the dark.
If you made it this far and want one-to-one help with your music, like I mentioned, we don't sell courses anymore at all. We focus entirely on mentorship because frankly, mentorship works 10 times better and our students see far better results when you can actually work directly with us. So if you'd like help with your music, then you can apply in the description.